Studies, and as you will have seen from all the marketing paraphernalia that we've circulated to you, we are one of the two entities that are behind this symposium, and we hope that it's the second of many, many more to come. As we have heard from yesterday, there's a lot of ambition, there's a lot of expectation about what we will be, we are hoping to do as Unisa, both for the university and every other entity outside the university, the nation, the continent, the globe as a whole. And one of the things that we've typically struggled with the catalytic niche area space is that our understanding of what is possible is often limited by either the small micro experiences that you have. So if you're surrounded by very restrictive management, when you ask people what they see as the future of catalytic niche areas, they'll give you a very small kind of picture about what is possible. And some of that has to do, some of the ways that we can deal with this is to make sure that we enable you, the practitioners of this, to really see the full extent of what is possible. And to do that, I have a very, very simple 2-slide presentation that will just orientate you to how you should be able to foresee what is possible with the catalytic niche area space, the whole drive around the institutionalization of catalytic niche areas, the optimization of them. And we also thought that it would be a great thing to have some living examples of spaces that have fully realized what's possible and spaces that are walking the path. So you will note when I introduce Professor Namo, I'll tell a little bit about his background, but he is, by all accounts, at least by his account, he is the mothership of all catalytic niche area champions at Unisa, and this is the marine sciences, space marine studies. And of course, when you listen, you will start to get a sense that he might have a case to make, eh? Might have a case to make. But above all, we just really want to open your minds to the possibilities. But before we get to the possibilities, I think some of us who are a little bit older will know that we are often told that you never really know where you're going to unless you know where you came from, hey? And our story as Unisa and our story around the impetus that we have for catalytic niche areas is very, very simple. It's 6 very specific drivers. And if you look at those drivers and you think about the actions that are related to solving those drivers, then you start to see the whole picture of what is possible. So by definition, when we thought up the catalytic niche areas, there were a number of things that we were trying to correct in society, in the knowledge creation space, in terms of equity and all of those things. And they are specified in these dimensions that we speak of. So firstly, we were clear that if you look through the list of our catalytic niche areas, many of them are spaces that have historical high levels of grant opportunities that are available for people, grant opportunities that are never exploited, hey? So the very first thing was that as a university, we wanted to harness our grant attainment abilities, both in terms of our academic staff and in terms of the students. We've done some studies of the students, and it's quite interesting, hey, that out of every one of our 30, out of all our students, less than 2% of our students actually attract grants of any type that are outside of the internal things that we give them. And this is quite painful to see, hey, because by comparison, uh, competitor universities are at 37% of that. So 17 times, 18 times more likely to have their students obtaining grants to assist them with their research. And the biggest irony is that, by definition, we are the university that tends to have students that are more in need of grant support than the other universities. So the competitor that I am referring to is UCT, and it is an irony that many more of their students come from backgrounds where they can afford this, afford study, but yet they access support for their study much more than our students do. So that was the first thing we wanted to fix by targeting all of you, all our students, our research agenda into areas that will harness our grant attainment possibilities. Of course, we wanted also to address this legacy of underrepresentation of specific equity priority groups that within specific disciplines. So if you look through the 10, you'll see that there are some niche areas where you can literally go in and you'll find one specific demographic group that runs everything. And that's an issue we need to address. So when we speak about what our future looks like or what we want to get out of our journey with catalytic niche areas or what we think our future directions are, it's literally just looking at these 6 imperatives and turning them into corrective actions, hey? So we make sure we get great grants. We make sure that our catalytic niche area projects address equity representation issues. We also wanted to give very structured attention to societal priority areas. So typically, if you look at some of the niche areas, they speak to unresolved societal problems that generally differentiate the developing world from the developed world. So if you look at health and medicine, if you look at energy, you can literally look at the energy management of a country, and without knowing which tier the country belongs to, you will be able to make a fairly good judgment of whether they are developing or whether they're developed. And we really should not have that discrepancy, hey? So when we look at our projects and what CNAs should do, they should attend to that problematic number 3 that we've specified there. Of course, we are also aware of this need to reclaim the intellectual space, so we design solutions that relate to our problems in ways that make sense to us. And I do not think I need to go too much into the detail of that. I mean, the very things that we use as standards of excellence, they are all driven by a very, very specific non-Southern epistemology, hey? And we know that. We experience it in all sorts of ways. I engage with a lot of my colleagues who are decolonial experts in every sense of form, but when it comes to them claiming how good they look as academics or not, we all refer to the traditional pre-existing Western models to decide what good looks like. And it's a bit of an irony, hey? So that is one of the things that the undertaking around catalytic niche areas is meant to attend to. Of course, we wanted to make sure that we direct the university's curriculum development and research agenda. So you will see that when people talk about excellence in catalytic niche areas, you can't talk about that unless we've developed some curriculum to speak to those priority areas. We've developed some way of directing our research agenda. And the example that I will show you will speak to that, or the example that Professor Namo will show you will speak to that. And of course, finally, we've got this long-standing issue around employability, around making sure that we have alignment between our scholarly priorities and what industry needs and what society needs. We need to make sure that any catalytic niche area initiative speaks to bringing that bridge, making that bridge between industry and the academic tower less and less cumbersome to deal with. Of course, buried in that, you will see this exploration of multi, inter, and transdisciplinarity. One of the biggest white elephants that academia has to deal with is this idea that we still live in very specialized spaces. We live in very specialized disciplines. But I challenge you to find a single complex human problem that can be dealt with by one single discipline. You will never find one. And that says something about the misalignment between being very discipline specific vis-a-vis being able to navigate multi, inter, and transdisciplinary opportunities. So all these previous setups that we have are what really drive, firstly, direct you to what your catalytic niche area should look to address. And it also tells us if you were going to plan your future in terms of your project, you would say, year one, maybe this is what I want to do. Year two, this is what I want to do. And you can build it around these 6 imperatives. That is literally my introductory reference point for you, but I want to use that as a segue really to Professor Namo's presentation, which relates to the work that he's done within the marine studies space. But before I do that, it's maybe opportune to just say a couple of things about Professor Namo. He's got a long history of excellent work in the fields of climate change and governance, green economy, and sustainable development. He held the Exaro Chair in Business and Climate Change at Unisa for 17 years, hey? That's right. For 17 years. Some of us are barely that old, eh? Yes, but that's an amazing achievement for those people who know the competitive world of chairs, and really he brings exceptional experience. But one of the things that I hope he'll be able to show you and demonstrate is he has been able to engage every living entity that's related to the catalytic niche area that he's involved with. He's also been able to make sure that each one of those 6 foundational primal imperatives that drove us to do this are attended to. When you listen to him, you could literally walk through the 6 and check off where he has gone to. He's also managed in the shortest of time to really make some progress around getting substantial funding interest for his work. And it is quite, it set me back when I found out, hey, the amount of stuff that he has done literally as a singular entity who's pulled in. I think the submission he made to us had 72 people or entities that he had related to get this proposal together. I must admit 72 is a little bit on the obsessive end, God will. It's a little bit higher than many of us can achieve, but I think it speaks to the arms of what catalytic niche areas can do for you. And without further ado, I want to just open up the floor for him to walk us through his presentation. And folks, this morning, this morning, I will be your program director. We'll allow him to speak, and once he finishes, we'll open the floor for questions. Thank you very much. Good morning again.
Prof. Mkuchini is just doing exactly what I don't like people to do when they introduce me.
There is expectation.
Okay. I want to hear somebody saying they can see the presentation. Good. Right. I always say to people, you should not bring forward your CV before you speak, because otherwise there's going to be a lot of problems there when you don't achieve a lot of things, and the stage is already set for you to achieve a lot of things. But nevertheless, I want to say, I'm going to present to you a simple model that we have been following in the Marine Studies Catalytic Niche Area. But for this presentation, I've decided to entitle it the Marine Studies Catalytic Niche Area. I think that the is very important. The Marine Studies Catalytic Niche Area, ... a model activating legacy research, teaching and engaged scholarship at Unisa and beyond. I think all the words in this title are keywords. So when we are talking about catalytic niche areas at Unisa, we are not talking about smallanyana things. We are talking about living legacies that can change and transform our societies at Unisa, societies in Gauteng, societies in South Africa, on the continent, and beyond. So if we don't have that kind of a mindset, then you're going to think that a catalytic niche area is something that you can put in your arm and in your office and run with it. And that is not what a catalytic niche area is supposed to be. Now, I want to start by acknowledging our management and people that are in, some of them in this room. You know, in an African setup, we thank people when they're in a coffin. But I want to thank living people, so that at least you know that we are doing something that we think needs to be done. So the first one is our Unisa Mancom. Unisa Mancom is made up of our VC and the supporting top management, the VPs and others. I want to thank you for the work you have been doing in this space. The executive deans and deputy executive deans, all 9 of them, I know them by name. I can't run through them now because we've been engaging with them. I want to thank you for what you've been doing. But because the regional directors are few, I'm going to mention them. Dr. Moloja for Eastern Cape region. Oh, they want me to use this one. Dr. Moloja for Eastern Cape region, Dr. Mieza for KZN region, and Tate Mutale for Western Cape region. Those are my friends. We want to talk also about special thanks to Unisa Estates. Unisa Estates, it's like a part of our research team. So when you go to the regions, we move with Unisa Estates because there are things that we need to revamp in the regions. Then I also want to talk to the Catalytic Niche Area Symposium organizers for giving us this opportunity. It means I'm not alone, I'm representing the group today, especially the College of Graduate Studies, ED, and the staff. I know Professor Marie is in the room as well. Thank you very much. Now, this presentation, I have started to structure it in this way. I'll talk a bit about the work on the Unisa Marine and Catalytic Niche Area Studies strategic document. Now, it's interesting, when the VC and the principal proclaimed the catalytic niche areas in 2021, she gave us 10 paragraphs. Now, we can't implement paragraphs. So I think this is something that leaders of catalytic niche areas need to know. You can't implement a paragraph, but you can implement a strategy. So this is the route we have decided to take in the marine catalytic niche area, to develop a strategic document that has been widely consulted within and outside the UNISA. And possibly this is why a lot of things are taking shape now. We are simply following the strategy we have laid in our strategic document. I'll talk about the colleges, estates, and regional hubs, roadshows that we have done on this marine catalytic niche area. I'll talk about the projects that we are now sitting, including maybe Buffalo City. Then I'm also going to talk about the proposal to establish the Institute for Marine and Coastal Innovation that has already gone to Mancom, and I'm waiting big monies from them. I'm also going to talk about curriculum development. I won't take a lot of credit in this, but I want to highlight one of the colleges maybe that have done great work in terms of that. Then I'll conclude by one slide that talks about a call for the whole of Unisa support. So when I talk about the whole of Unisa, we are saying we can't do this if the entire Unisa is not galvanized to understand where we want to go. Now, there's been something that we've done in the marine studies catalytic niche area that is interesting. So we have decided to establish the marine studies catalytic niche area community of practice. This is exclusively a Unisa community of practice. We don't have anybody who does not belong to Unisa in this WhatsApp group. It's a WhatsApp group. So in this WhatsApp group, what we do is like we discuss issues to build the marine catalytic niche area. So if you want to join this group, you are free to join this group, but there we don't post that I'm eating pap and masonja in that group. So in that group, we speak business on the marine studies catalytic niche area. So there are my contacts. You can drop me an email and give me a WhatsApp number. We'll gladly add you to that. And of course, some of the issues that were reported there was Professor David when he was going on the Agalas. You've heard about the Agalas. It was being spoken in abstract terms. Here is the ship that he went to going to the islands to do research. I think the VC mentioned about Professor David. It's part of our community of practice at Unisa. Then, now, let me talk briefly about the strategic document and maybe what happened. So in February 2024, an inter-college working group to develop a strategic document for the marine catalytic niche area was established through the College of Graduate Studies Marine Catalytic Niche Area Awareness Series. Maybe for some of you that have been following, we've been running awareness series. Now we went into the interdisciplinary series, and I think we're now going beyond to start talking about what is it that we are doing. I think that is maybe the series that are going to come next. Following extensive consultations with both internal and external stakeholders, especially the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, the Unisa Marine Studies Catalytic Niche Area Strategic Document was finalized. And of course, one of the key recommendations from that strategic document was the need for us to establish a trans, inter, and multidisciplinary Institute for Marine and Coastal Innovations. The choice for the word innovations was deliberate. So I'm saying in this generation, we are doing research for development, or in my team, we do research for development. So if you're not doing research for development, then it's going to become difficult for you not to innovate. So I'm saying in the marine catalytic niche area, we are hoping that as we move forward, when you give us the next 5 years, we should surely be able to have patents and have innovated. These are some of the faces that were that drafted the strategic document. Of course, I was the lead author. Dr. Pungo was the co-author, who is my senior postdoc, is here in the crowd, and also Dr. Afinowi, who is my postdoc, also in the crowd. They were the co-authors. We also had then content reviewers and validators, Professor Linda Joel, Professor Tekere, Professor Kevin, and Professor Anton. So this actually was an inter-college group that we set for us then to activate this marine and coastal studies catalytic niche area. This is not an easy task because I know professors, we are so difficult. So the reason why we have to work together as professors, we need to eradicate the barriers of education and the silo mentality that we are taking from our old professors. So here in our group, we try to work as professors across the college and also young and emerging researchers. They are part of the work we are trying to do. Now, one of the issues that we set up in our terms of reference was for that working group was, let us try to check the adequacy of what the VP, the vice principal, has proclaimed. And then in checking that, and also want to say, what research agenda then do we need to set strategically? So after all the consultations have been reviewed and the feedback that came, especially from outside Unisa, we agreed that we will refer to this catalytic niche area as the Marine and Coastal Studies Catalytic Niche Area. After all, a lot of issues are happening not in water, but they are happening in the coast. So this is why then, when I'm talking about the Marine Studies Catalytic Niche Area in our group, we also include the coastal element as well. Now, what also emerged during our our consultations and when we're drawing the strategic document was this vast presence of Unisa along the coast. And I remember when we were doing one of the road shows in Florida, not in the US, Florida campus in Johannesburg. I remember the young man said, "But Professor Namo, you're talking about marine. We are 1,000+ kilometers from the ocean." I said, "Young man, I think you are new at Unisa." So then when I explained to him that we have got 7 coastal campuses, he was surprised. So I'm saying, as Unisa, we can't let that opportunity go. In fact, we should be the ones leading in terms of marine, oceanography, and other issues because of our presence along the coast. Now, this is what the catalytic niche areas look like as they were proclaimed or as we are branding them. But in our group, we have rebranded the marine catalytic niche areas. And the way we are branding this, at times it brings a bit of worry. But I want to assure professors that are leading these catalytic niche areas and doctors that don't worry, there's nothing to worry about. We are not trying to do hostile takeover. No. But we are saying marine is the mother of all catalytic niche areas. When we say marine is the mother of all catalytic niche areas, we are simply drawing from the SDGs approach where we are saying it's all in one and one in all. So we are saying that as we are talking about marine, we know that there is gender issues. We know that there is medicine. We know that there is energy. So when you look at marine, then you are by default forced to look at it as being at the center. But as you are going to also be maybe developing your other strategic documents, you can simply then replace the mother of all catalytic niche areas, put it at the corner, and then bring your own catalytic niche areas at the center. So we are saying this is the model that we think would work as Unisa. So as you are driving your Bosadi catalytic niche area, remember there is marine. Remember there's women in energy. Remember there's women in technology. Remember there is women in medicine. So when you have got the bigger picture, then it's going to help you to build a catalytic niche area, not a catalytic corner. So, here are some of the global issues that we picked. I won't go into detail in terms of this, but these are in the main document. Maybe we can circulate the main document for those that want to read it. It's about 48 to 50 something pages. So we're talking about the SDGs. We're talking about the UN decade, ocean decade. These are things that came. Operation Pakisa, Africa's blue economy strategy. All these issues, they came when we're doing the auditing of what is there and what is going to shape our global agenda. And as academics, we don't dream things like they are dropping from heaven. So with my team, we went into a scientific research. We did what we call bibliometric analysis. If you are not aware, it's something that we are training across Unisa to say every researcher needs to understand bibliometric analysis. Number 1, to see what is happening in your field. Number 2, to pick areas that you need to research on. So we do that in my team. So we don't just do research. So we did and applied this approach when we're doing the strategic document. So one of the issues was, let's see what is happening globally in terms of marine and maritime. Those are the keywords we used, get them into Scopus or into Web of Science. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you can talk to me later. So when you did the bibliometric analysis using Force Viewer and other packages, maybe that you might need to include R, you might need to include SciSpace, those are softwares that we can use. We discovered that of the 10,300 articles published from about 1911 to 2024 then I think, only 5,934 documents were published by affiliations associated with Africa. And that gave us about 5.64% of the global total of the work that is being done. Only 5.64, less than 6% is coming out of the continent. And this is not good for us. So this actually gave us a gap that is existing in terms of what are we doing as academics in terms of pushing the marine and coastal studies research. As if that is not enough, we also did another analysis just to see which entities are publishing. And of course, like you were saying, UCT. You see the stars. The stars are representing South African institutions. What else do you see there? University of KwaZulu-Natal. What else? Nelson Mandela University. What else? University of Johannesburg. And I can assure you, UNISA is not there. These are top 15. We are not in the top 15. And I'm saying, Prof. Les, Prof. Mgucheni, in the next 5 years, we need to be in the top 5. And that can be easily done, as long as people know where they want to go. So here the science is telling us we are behind. We also did, by the way, a bibliometric of UNISA staff. Of course, I was happy because my name was found in there. Professor Msagati was found in there. Professor David was found in there, and others. I can't go through the names. But the interesting part is we also had, of course, some lecturers that are giving us already a critical mass to grow this marine studies area. But as a university, like I say, we are lagging behind. And the university needs to put resources. When we come to say we need resources, we are not just requesting for resources just for fun. We need resources so that we can push this catalytic niche area and others to greatness. Now, what is the clarion call for the marine studies catalytic niche area? So the mother of all catalytic niche areas drew from the SDGs approach, and we are saying, rise, engage, and leave no one behind in the marine and coastal studies catalytic niche area, studies at UNISA. So you who is looking at me now under my voice, those that are online, both support staff and teaching staff, we are saying everybody, all hands on deck. Rise, engage, and leave no one behind in terms of the marine and coastal studies catalytic niche area. So everybody is welcome because we need to go places. Now, the strategic intent, I won't read this one, but maybe I've tried to read so that we can see how the marine studies catalytic niche area is relating to the strategic intent of the university or the strategic documents and policies of the university. We want to be a flourishing, world-class, and empirically informed, cutting-edge research and solutions-oriented UNISA marine and coastal studies catalytic niche area, which values co-design, co-delivery, gender responsiveness, citizen science approaches, and product innovation in service of humanity. So this is our strategic intent in the catalytic niche area. So we are saying there, we can't then run a catalytic niche area also outside what the university mission and vision is talking about. We also want to be a sustainable and long-term transdisciplinary, inter- and multidisciplinary research and solutions-oriented agenda delimited to serve humanity as propelled by UNISA and drawing heavily from the systems thinking approach. So when we're talking about the catalytic niche areas, the systems thinking approach needs to kick in immediately. So because things happen in systems. So this was actually the audit we're doing at the continental level, at the global level, continental level, and South African level. Then, of course, these are some of the issues that are coming. There are lots of institutions offering marine studies, including teaching and learning. And we are saying, if you are going into an infested area, you then need to bring your A game in there. So here we are saying as UNISA, we are going to bring our A game when it comes to this area. We are going to bring our A game when it comes to other areas. So when our VC says she wants to purchase a farm and she does it, I say kudos to her. When she says she wants to purchase an airport and she does it, kudos to her. When she wants to purchase a hospital to cover those areas, kudos to her. What is remaining, VC, if you are listening, and your team, we need a vessel to do marine research. If you can buy an airport, you can surely buy a vessel for us. So these are issues that we are saying, if we are serious, we need to have these things in place. Of course, there were other issues there. We also audited what is happening in other colleges. So when you're trying to engage with these, I call them college champions, departmental champions, then we need to know what they are doing. So I can literally give you the names of those champions across the colleges because we work with them. I see Advocate Nandipa is here. So in the document, then we said, we need to then, so these are the 8 areas that came, or the notes, the research notes that came from the strategic document. What are they talking about? Ecology and biological issues, geological and physical issues, chemistry and physics, technology and methodological issues, environment and climate change issues, socioeconomic policies, human impact, data sets, etc. These are then the notes that we are going to be looking at as we move forward. I'm not going to go into some of these findings because of time, and possibly if people have got questions, want to do that. But one of the major issues that came, or the recommendation, I want to say this one. The need for us to establish an institute for marine and coastal innovations. We have followed this up. I think I'll highlight what has happened a bit. So when we did the document, so what with that strategic document? So with our team, we said, this document needs to get into every office of an academic at Unisa and every support staff at Unisa. So we then set a business to go to each of the colleges. I wrote to all the 9 deans to say, I need a slot during your board meeting. I don't just need a slot. I need the first slot before you start talking about other things. So then, I was just being arrogant. But the deans are good people. So they gave us the slots. So the first college that came on board was CARES. Thank you, colleagues from CARES. So we presented virtually in their board, and there were about 270 staff members that attended in that meeting. CLO, they also came on board, College of Law. We presented to about 201 plus staff members that were in that meeting. College of Health Sciences, Human Sciences, we presented, there were 351 staff members in that meeting. CSET, thank you, Dean Mamba. We went there to Dean Mamba. Okay, of course, also Dean Kosi there. Thank you, Dean Mamba. We came there face to face. There were about 220 staff members in that meeting. And of course, my college, thank you, Dean Masechaba. We had 267 staff members in that meeting. Then he said, this is not good enough. We need to go to the coast. Remember, this is marine. So we can't talk marine and you are in Florida. And you are here in Sunnyside or here in Maclenyuk. Yes, we can talk it, but you can't act it. So we're saying, if we're going to act marine, talk marine, eat marine, we can't exclude the coast. And fortunately, our VC is also pushing an agenda that we activate the regions to be part of our bigger university business. So we went to Eastern Cape was the first region we presented virtually there. Then, of course, we also presented to estates. We said we can't leave estates behind because they are the guys that actually does the recall. We are going to repurpose buildings and everything. We did a presentation to estates. We went to KZN physically between 14 and 15 April this year. I also did another virtual for their staff assembly. I think there were about 93 staff members later on. We went to Western Cape face-to-face on the 23rd, 24th April. We presented there. And of course, we were also invited through the Western Cape to the Chamber of Commerce where we did a presentation. Now, there is also a lot of support information or documentation that is supporting the marine catalytic niche area. And part of that work is coming from my institute, the Institute for Sustainability and Corporate Citizenship in CAMS. We have developed with my team, thanks Dr. Pungu and Dr. Bumi there, and some of my postdocs that are not even here. We have developed about 5 research chair proposals. These are ready for funding. We have also developed a huge research program for Buffalo City, ready for funding. And I think they are there on the screen. I will highlight some of them. Coastal resilience, access and livelihoods. This is at the center of everything. Women and youth in maritime spaces. I'm happy it was people talking about that. We have documents ready to be funded. We have got actually research chair proposals ready to be financed. Ocean, marine and coastal governance research chair. Then a smart and resilient Buffalo City. It's a program that we went and co-created with the municipality. Then Unisa is also leading in an UN Decade Ocean endorsed project, which is called the Restore Our Coast. I am representing UNISA there. We are also in IORA. I'm also in the All Atlantic Ocean Research Alliance, representing the government there. Now, the Buffalo City Net Zero and Climate Resilient Wastewater Treatment Works Living Lab is an interesting project, which we can replicate across the country, not only for coastal communities, but even for inland now, but it needs money. Now we are saying there, we want to bring, when we're talking about net zero and climate resilient wastewater treatment works, we want to have full automation now. You see where I talk about mother of all catalytic niche areas? We can't do that without full automation. I'm already bringing what we are calling in our group the technology revolution and digitization catalytic niche area. We are trying to run away from the symbols, because in one country there was an organization that was called Environment 2000. When 2000 came, they were forced to change the name to Environment Africa. So we are saying here, as we those that are responsible, as we are going to revamp or look at the catalytic niche areas, I would then vote for technological innovation, technological revolution or innovation and digitization as the other catalytic niche area. We are looking at installing and generating renewable energy, for example, solar, mini hydro, biogas, effluent recycling to industrial or domestic use, climate risks and vulnerability assessment, harmonization of scientific, traditional, local, indigenous, and other forms of knowing or other forms of knowledge systems, explore digital twinning capabilities, and investigate potential for carbon credit and trading. Then basically address the circular economy. There are government departments that are interested in this, and I hope maybe we'll see this to fruition. Now, the other issue that was interesting was the establishment of this Institute for Marine and Coastal Innovation. Now, here are some of the landmarks towards this establishment of the Trans, Inter, and Multidisciplinary IMCI at UNISA. We set up a 40-member inter-college or college-wide estate and regional hub working group to establish this thing. So it's not like a Professor Namo thing. I know a lot of people think, they say, this Professor Namo thing, oh, this Professor Namo of yours. No, this thing is a UNISA thing. So when you start, say every college should have like 2 or so members in that group so that we can establish this thing. That's what we did. UNISA Marine Studies Catalytic Niche Area Committee of Practice, we established that. We have drafted a constitution for that institute. We have actually approached members that will sit in that board. They've accepted. We have suggested names for the advisor. Done that. We have done a draft budget for this institute. I think it's about 78 million. We have actually then put the full proposal to MANCOM. And I think what is interesting is this full proposal was ratified by every dean. I was very deliberate. I wrote to every dean and say, I don't want you to call me and say I'm ratifying this. I need it in black and white. They had to respond to the email to say, I support this initiative. So when we took this thing to MANCOM, it was like UNISA and its regions taking a proposal to MANCOM. And of course, MANCOM said this proposal is excellent, but maybe we might need funding from somewhere. I have put a question mark there. I am saying maybe to MANCOM, when we come back, we are coming. So know that we are coming. You give us what you have and say, Professor Namo and team, we are giving you 5 million, or we are giving you 10 million, or give you 20 million. We know the work you are doing is good. Here is 10 million, here is 5 million. Go and find matching revenue, not the inverse. I can assure you we'll get money if we are found moving. So we need to be moving as UNISA for other people to see where we are going. So I think this one is a challenge I'm leaving to MANCOM and other staff members. We are saying in the regions, there are a number of laboratories we want to set or establish. And don't worry, we are not going to be wanting maybe new space, maybe apart from East London, because that campus is small. We have space galore in the regions. When I say space galore, I have seen it. I was not told. With my team, we have gone there to see the space because we didn't want to talk to say we need postdocs to sit here, we need a staff member to sit here. Then they start telling us we don't have space. So the space, Pietermaritzburg, is almost like Sunnyside, and that campus is half empty. So the other side is half full. It's half empty. So don't worry, we've got space there. Even in Durban, we've got space. And the beautiful thing, the regional directors are ready. We used to have a venue-based exam. So there are venues there, Pietermaritzburg, venues there in Western Cape campus at Paro that actually need to be repurposed to some of these laboratories. This is why we work and we move with estates when we're going to the coast, because we want them to see them. So we're going to establish a human-centered marine and environmental simulation lab. I think it's coming from the computer science guys, including computer interaction, virtual reality laboratory, geospatial intelligence and digital twin laboratory, autonomous marine monitoring and robotics laboratory, ocean atmospheric interaction and climate change lab, coastal marine and ocean observatory wet chemistry lab, and also some of the open laboratories. Work has already started. We have gone to East London and say, what do we need to do here? So Dr. Maloja took us to the two campuses, including the collaborative laboratory. We've got space in that collaborative laboratory. We are going to redo that lab into maybe 3 spaces. So we've already identified that space. So we're going to set a drones laboratory in there, or drone workstation. We are going to do our geospatial laboratory there, and we are going to do our virtual reality lab there. So we have already been given space from East London. And we are hoping to replicate these formats to other coastal regions. They've got even bigger space. So all we need now is maybe to go to our VP who has got money for computers and everything. The space is there. Estate is going to reshape that space or repurpose that space for us. They even said if you want mobile laboratories for those that are in wet chemistry, they can organize mobile laboratories for us. This is actually the actual space that we are going to be repurposing in case you are interested in that. We are also trying to set beacon research sites. This is now global research sites for the whole Atlantic Ocean. Currently, we are looking in the West Coast District, and we are targeting Saldanha Bay. It has got interesting facilities there. I have been to Saldanha Bay. There is ArcelorMittal, one of the you know ArcelorMittal. It's a big company for steel. They have got a terminal there, but it's also a commercial port for Transnet. By the way, I've just taken a PhD student. We are looking at climate change and commercial ports of South Africa, and we are going to check the 8 commercial ports for Transnet as well. Now, the other issue that is interesting, we have already started sitting postdocs in the coast. Now, this is an interesting one. Remember, I said you can't do marine research and you're in here. So, Dr. Fusmusi, they are also early career ocean professionals, these ones. We are developing them into early career ocean professionals. These are PhDs under my supervision. We've got Dr. Fusmusi Martins. He's sitting in Paro. There's another one coming maybe this August. There will be 2 there. Dr. Hlengwe Kunene, she's in Maritzburg. We are hoping maybe we can have some other one there. Dr. Afuye is sitting in East London. So we are already there. So we are saying there, the marine and coastal studies Catalytic engineering means business. I know we are busy now recruiting maybe distinguished professors in other colleges, whom we hope maybe they will go and sit there. I think environmental science is busy now with the marine, distinguished professors in oceanography, aquaculture, marine. So I think let's have these professors finding space in Maritzburg, Cape Town or other, so that at least they are closer to the subject that we are trying to address. We have already gone to East London. Now, remember, talk about co-creation of knowledge. So in my team, we start by asking for research permission to create a research agenda. Now, this is something that Unisa are not used to. We are used to have a research agenda, then ask for permission. No, that's not how co-creation. Remember, doing research for development. So in marine, we are saying, we ask for research permission to co-create the agenda with the community. Then they say, come, Professor Namo and your team, so that we can create the research agenda. That way, we are already addressing engaged scholarship. We are also addressed the needs of the community, and we are then this is how we are going to overtake other universities. So we're saying when we leave that place, people should have said, Unisa has been here. So it's not a matter of saying you go there and you leave the society unchanged because you are busy trying to get your promotion to a full professor or senior lecturer or to a lecturer and disappear from there. So this is not how, if you're going to catalyze the community through the catalytic niche areas are going to do. We need to do things properly. Those are some of the reports that are coming about the work we are doing. That was a presentation for West Coast District when invited to do that, and also those are some of the presentations I did there. What other things have you done in the marine catalytic niche area? We have collectively submitted a MANCOM submission to say we want to be one of the founding members of IORA University Association Group, and of course that the annual fees there is $7,500. Unisa, that is actually not too much money. And management was excited about this. They said yes, approved. There was no question. Thank you, management. So I thought you were going to clap for that. Oh, you're used to clapping for politicians. Okay. The Marine Studies Catalytic Niche Area was present. Actually, we were very present during the Africa, Thabo Mbeki Africa Day lecture series. So maybe for some of you who are WhatsApp or social media happy, you saw maybe our faces there. But I can assure you, we did a good job. We did a good job. And that good job was a good job. I remember President Mbeki came and said, you can sell your story. After the presentation, he came to me and said, you can sell your story. But we tried to sell our story in terms of where we are going. So thank you, ED Paswana and TM School for that event. I think it went well. So we have also asked ourselves in the group to say, even if there's no money, what is it that we can do with what we have in our hands? So what we have in our hands is our brains and the office and the computers that UNISA give us. So we did a book call. There's a book call that have gone out with Dr. Pungu. This book is going to focus on climate change and coastal resilience in Africa. So when we did the call, we had actually lots of abstracts. We ended up pitching 2 volumes. This book has been accepted by Springer, and we are now busy compiling the book with the author. It's an 8th volume. But likewise, we had another book call that we've put in place. This book call is going to look at perspectives in ocean, marine, and coastal governance. We have received over 75 abstracts for this book. So it means then definitely it's not going to be one book. So we're looking at pitching 3 volumes, and we are hoping by the end of next year, these books will be in the global shelves. By the way, when COVID hit, UNISA was the first university to publish a book on the impact of COVID-19 on the tourism industry. That book is the book that is the most cited. You can go on the net. We did it, myself and other guys, including one of my postdocs. So whilst people were locked in the houses, we wrote that book, and we were following what was happening. And that book is a global landmark, and it has opened lots more other researches in the COVID-19 space, including UNISA being invited by the Limpopo government to write about the impact of COVID-19 in Limpopo government. We have published tons and tons about the Limpopo government. You can check that on the internet. Right, so this is what I believe in. Where there is a way, where there is a will, there's always a way. So money or no money, we are going to continue moving. 2026, we are going to Durban. All roads lead to Durban. So in the interesting part in our group, that group I told you, there's no Masonja in that group. So we have been posting this, guys, we want to pitch a conference. What do we do? So all the ideas have come. We have written the write-up of the conference. So we are pitching a conference that will come biennial conference that's going to come after every 2 years, and we are going to rotate it in our coastal campuses. It will be Durban, 2026, Cape Town, 2028, either Gqeberha or East London in 2030, then we will rotate. And maybe if we've got other global partners, we might move it out of South Africa. But currently, we are pitching this as a after every 2 years conference, which is going to be looking at international conference on coastal, marine, and maritime research, COMRE. That is the conference that is coming. The themes, you can start doing your abstract now because this is coming. And don't say, I did not tell you. Climate change, coastal adaptation, and displacement. We have also consulted heavily with our government departments. This is why we are hosting this collaboratively with the Department of Forestry and Fisheries. Integrated coastal zone management, ocean observation, technology and governance, sustainable blue ocean economy and maritime issues, ocean accounting, blue financing and coastal sustainability, and lastly, marine biodiversity, coastal and marine tourism. These are the themes. So you have got no reason. And remember I said in 5 years you're going to be overtaking these universities. So this is how you overtake universities. Right? The permissions are coming in. So remember I said we write to the municipalities. We want to do a smart and resilient West Coast district. We have got a team from Unisa that is looking in maritime issues. We want you to give us permission to come and determine the research agenda with you. Of course, you've got the ideas. Now, permissions are coming. This one permission that have come from one of the West Coast district local municipality, and that is the permission that has come from the West Coast district municipality. So our next Voyager team, we are all roads lead to West Coast District Municipality. We are going to create a research agenda with them. Hosting of the 10th annual meeting of the South African IORA G Group chapter, we hosted this event this month on the 15th here in Senate. So I think this is an interesting part. We have opened lasting relationships with these people. One of our speakers came from this Professor Juliet, who was with us yesterday. I am concluding now, Chair. There's good work that is coming. And I am not claiming credit for this. But remember, I talk about the mother of all catalytic niche areas. The College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences have already, they put a BSc program sometime back before COVID. So they decided a 4-year program, BSc in Marine Studies. They are now revamping it. I think it's at an advanced stages. It will be excellent for us then to have our research ship to top up this. And I think with our coastal campuses, we are going to have areas that we can do that. We have also been challenged to have now another program, undergraduate program that is going to look at maritime. We don't know how the face it's going to take, but I'm inviting people that are interested in crafting this. We are leading it from College of Economic and Management Sciences. I've already roped in people from TM School, College of Law. I heard people, things that were being spoken that, to maritime and law that we're talking here. We wish to have this program also inaugurated at some point in the future. Then, of course, others are going to come. I'm concluding. This is the last slide. I am calling for MANCOM and everybody's support for the Marine Studies Catalytic Niche Area team to fill the existing gap regarding technology-driven marine, coastal, and ocean observation research, teaching and learning, as well as engaged scholarship. We need, or it needs, fully functional laboratories, office space across all Unisa regions and coastal campuses, and everybody on board. This requires the emerging consultations and collaborations to be co-create, co-design, and co-deliver a one vision we now have on the marine and coastal studies catalytic niche area. The journey demands financial, in-kind, and moral support from MANCOM and beyond. And together, we are going to build a legacy for Unisa. And as always, thank you. Why not try Unisa?
Well, okay. Prof, where's the microphone? Oh,
yeah, thanks, sorry.
Folks, I think we deserve, we need to give Professor Namo another round of applause. That was Very capturing. This is one of the rarest times for me where someone overshoots the time they allocated, but you still want them to speak some more. So this is a little bit scary. By the way, Professor Namo, I knew you would complain about me introducing you before you had performed. So there's one part about you I did not introduce because I wanted you to earn it. Folks, he is the acting head of the Institute for Corporate Citizenship at Unisa. I had not told you that before, and he deserves it. Yeah. Right. Oh, wow. In the words of Professor of Dr. Thabo Mbeki, Prof. Namo, you know how to sell your story. You know how to sell your story. Folks, I think if you have reference to the 6 points that I made, he went into each and every one as if we had spoken. And the irony is we did not even discuss what I was going to preface his submission with. If you wanted conceptual clarification, he had it. He's refined the concept around marine studies as a CNA, that we should think about it as marine and coastal studies. Very logical thought. A lot of the things we're concerned about, actually, more things happen outside the water, actually, than they do inside the water. So that's a good point, and I think he's discussed a submission for us to have it revisited and changed, so we're looking at that. You've explained in very clear terms what you meant by mother of all catalytic niche areas. The silver lining in that, though, is that if people really fully apply multi, inter, and transdisciplinarity, every catalytic niche area is the mother of all catalytic niche areas. It has to do with the expansive application of those who are working in it. But I think you made a very strong case. 3 times you did it throughout your presentation. That's those people who do Toastmasters. I see a hand that is up. Yes, ma'am. Okay, yes, we're going to get there, but I'm seeing this is coming up as a, where is, your bus is leaving. Okay, okay, can we not stop the bus? Okay, no, please speak. I mean, this is an extraordinary request. What you're saying must shake the ground, please. Yes. No, please speak. Just make sure you shake the ground. That's.
Program Director, and thank you to Prof for that wonderful presentation. It's a mouthful, and I just wanted to make a commitment before I leave that as the Moses Kotane Research Institute, as I had alluded to yesterday, we are committed to partnering with the Unisa. And I'm glad that you mentioned KZN, you mentioned your campuses in Durban and the PMB. You also mentioned the conference that is coming up next year. We are in. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Advocate. You did shake the ground, by the way. So when you drive away, know you did that. And once again, you know how to sell your story. It's been bought before we've even finished the session. So I was saying conceptual clarity, you gave it to us. Orientation around expanding the concept of what we are thinking about. Thinking big, you've done it all. The issue around reclaiming intellectual futures. I think you heard so many dissemination opportunities for us to disseminate what we're seeing. They've all been accounted for. Strategic alignment, it was very, very clear. And you topped it up by making some really bold requests that are in line with what the whole catalytic niche area impetus is about. You asked for a vessel, which, you know, if we can do airports, why not? Why not a vessel? You also have made some very, very clear and reasonable requests of MENCOM. I think the logic around you being clearly supported in some capacity by your host university it makes sense for anyone else to support you if your home supports you. So I think I'm looking forward to a re-energized resubmission with an option. I think the previous submission had very huge numbers. You can tell Prof. Namo is not a small numbers man. The numbers really scared the life out of everyone in the room. And I think maybe if you kind of revise that and submit it with an option to do some type of gray response as opposed to a yes or no. I think that's where we're stuck. But folks, I don't want to steal the steam out of this. I think the presentation was exceptional. I expect it's really, really troubled people in terms of intellectual gymnastics. And I want to invite questions or thoughts or responses in any shape or form to this exceptional presentation. And once again, I think we should clap for you. This is the last time, Godwill, I'm going to clap for anything you do. We've done enough, but I think you deserve it. Thank you. So, colleagues, peers, the floor is open. We will accept questions for a few minutes. And I will point to you. I've had glasses prescribed for me, and I never wear them. Usually they get left in the car. But I think, there you are, Prof. I see the mic is next to you. Yes.
Do I start or?
Yes, you may start.
Thank you very much. I think the gospel, according to Professor Godwell Namo, is always lively. Thank you for the great presentation. As you were talking, I also thought about the freshwater studies. I know marine is defined differently, but there are certain parallels and synergies that could also come up in that space, whether it's rivers, dams, or whatever. And I wanted also to top that up with a joke that, as Professor Mkuchini has indicated, energy is the mother of all catalytic niche areas. Because Einstein said E is equal to mc squared, and that covers all niche areas and all other areas outside the niche areas. That's a joke. We always do that with Professor Namo. And I thank you for inviting me to that niche area. Obviously, we have known each other for a long time, and I've been swamped because I also am in energy and in 4IR digitalization and healthcare systems, but I'll be contributing from behind because I have a passion in that area. I think on the nodes that you presented, maybe I missed it. I thought energy might be one of the nodes that come in. Of course, there's environment and other sciences, but energy, I think, would pick as a pillar that is a spoke from marine studies. In terms of way forward, I think in terms of bioenergy, wave energy, algae, and others, we can do a lot. And finally, I just wanted to say that I fully support your idea about a kind of start funding that can come from Unisa. I think as human beings, I always repeat this, that we are not like other animals that start running on the first day when we are born. We need to learn how to circle, we need to crawl, we need to learn how to walk. But once we are matured, we start from a point of weakness to a point of extreme and great strength to become the strongest people that dominate the earth. So I think it's an appeal to top management to say some incentive, some kind of initial funding, catalytic funding would be recommended. Thank you very much.
Good morning to us. It's the College of Law and the advocate in Saluba, Prof. Namo was talking about. We are many, including our head, our whole college. Like it has been indicated that we even have a program. Prof. Nkuchini, let me go straight to your own assertion, your point system. You actually said, even when you were teaching us, that the CNAs become the agenda of government, and as such, not only domestically, even continentally and globally. And so, they become a nest for funding. As I was coming, I heard you reiterating it that grant funding is harvested there. Can we start with this one and be practical about it? So that that made me to fall in love with CNAs is practically revealed, both in terms of this program and in terms of the various CNA-linked researches that have taken place because of your innovativeness in changing our minds. So that one is for you, Prof. Nkuchini. Prof. Namo, I want to say this, and I think I need to say it. As a prof talking, you remind me of the military where I come from. And I was doing oversight there. It was exciting when you have the Air Force, the Navy, and the Landward. And each one is saying I'm more powerful than the other. And I think I'm back to that debate. But guess what? I want to remind Prof that I kept on saying, as a person who has been a strategy in government with a good record, there needs to be a hanger where you hang all these CNAs. We have outcomes, but then you have a hanger that hangs all of them where accounting happens. And I think Prof. Namo with strategic poster and the document has begun to do that, cross-cutting, hence then we call it a mother of all. Now, coming then to Prof. Namo, there was a request, not because I'm coming from, but I come from there. We were with Defense Force in East London, and we're dealing with world hydrography. And you know, I raised there that they can, hydrography is not hydrography. And I think we need to pull that. But I'm going now to the Eastern Cape, Transkei. It's more literal than any part you know. And I'm requesting that, can we consider Port St. John's? And I'll give you the reason. Military has moved now hydrography to East London, first of its kind. I told them we must move it now to Port St. John's because we want our mining there not to struggle to go to Durban. Remember, we want to be useful. So we must not have our miners having to travel to Durban like in East London as we're doing. The last thing, mining extractive industries, in terms of my understanding of extractive law, it's underwater, deep sea mining. And so we can't leave mining out of this equation. Thank you, my teacher, for knowing that your student talks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof, for the wonderful presentation. I just want to zoom into your conference call in 2026. You mentioned something very critical, I think even yesterday, of collaboration with communities. But when I look at your call, there's deepening, dealing with the issue of inequalities. But your themes are very academic. There's none that talks to communities. There's none that talks to stakeholders, the NGOs, the people in grassroots. When we went into Mariam Makeba, we touched on the issue of indigenous knowledge. Your themes don't have indigenous knowledge again. So I'm just highlighting that, and I'm requesting that if possible, maybe if you could amend the theme so that we can have the collaborative nature in the conference equally represented. Thank you.
Thank you. Folks, I'm wondering, I think if there's a couple more, we will take them. two or three of them have been comments rather than questions, so I think we still have a little bit of accommodations in our brain to entertain a couple more questions. Then we will respond, and hopefully that should be enough to bring the session to a close. Any hands out there? I see a hand right at the back at the top. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. I just want to ask, are you, in the spirit of interdisciplinary now, are you considering the role of humanities in the project that you are doing, like ethics and social science related things? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the submissions, colleagues. Before I ask Prof. Namo to respond to his elements, it might be good to just speak to the grant attainment thing. I was very intentional in how I articulated and communicated the grant attainment challenges that we have. Our challenge at Unisa is that we, for lack of a better word, we are getting loans from within ourselves and not going externally. So when we talk about grant attainment, we have to differentiate the kind of support that we're talking about. Firstly, we must be all unified in understanding that there is lots of money out there to support us, and we want to train and capacitate our university to be able to do that. But that does not take away from the fact that you gain more credibility if your initial steps are funded by the source of your idea. So that whole idea of seed funding. And where there was a slight miscommunication with the colleges and management was that for 2 or 3 years now, colleges have been asked to specifically place in their budget requests for the upcoming year any projects that they want seed funding for. We had this unusual situation where deans, myself included, did not really click onto that, and when people came through with projects, they came outside the budget requesting season. So that is why we've ended up in the scenario where Professor Namo, for example, must do an out of sequence request somewhere in the middle of the year. But for those of us who are here who have project ideas, if you approach your respective department or college before September, when we do our budget requests for 2026, if your project is part of that, there's literally nothing that stops you from getting seed funding. So the mistake was slightly to do with where and when we were asking for seed funding, not the idea that the university haven't thought about it. We've thought about it. We had opened a window for those requests to be made. The window was missed. And when people have come outside the window, that's when we found ourselves in the scenario we're in. So 2026 should be a much more educated year. We will perform differently. But that also does not negate the fact that if you have something that you believe should start this year, there is a provisional budget that we have somewhere that allows us to cater for out-of-sequence submissions. So I hope that answers the story. The challenge with Prof. Namo's submission, it really took us all by surprise. It was everything we asked for, but you know, sometimes you might be careful, you might get what you asked for. And we got it, and we really did not know what to do with it. But he's come back now with the proposal of thinning it down and saying, look, a percentage of this will work, and I think that will be a progressive move. Thank you. Prof, you can take the floor from that. Thank you.
There's just, most of them were just comments I noted. Freshwater, yes, we cover freshwater under the blue economy, extended blue economy agenda. And actually, I've got one of my postdocs who's going to be looking at even at monitoring algal bloom in inland lakes with remote sensing. Then on the issue of energy and deep mining, I think definitely we need to elevate that in our strategic domain. There's one of the nodes But Professor Msagati, I think, is interested in deep sea mining from CSET, and I think he's also part of maybe the grouping in the marine area. And I'm sure he's going to expand also a lot in that area. Issue around communities, yes, they are covered in the main write-up. So we actually, even part of the small fisheries, we want them to be there during the conference. So when you see the conference write-up under some of those themes, you are going to see even indigenous knowledge system and everything. Humanities, yes, I remember Professor Hugo from College of Human Sciences even inputted when we're doing the draft document, and there are some things that we have included from the humanities side as well. I know they are there in Cape Town, and they're also doing a lot of research in that space, in marine and humanities space. I think most of the things were comments, and I'm excited. Everybody's excited about what you are trying to do. When I talk about a legacy, even if I drop dead today, this project must go on.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Professor Namo. Once again, I think this is, you've set the bar in terms of what we should try to aspire for, both in terms of you as the actors and us as the script writers, as the people who wrote the script. Folks, thank you very, very much for this very engaging session. I want to just give one more opportunity to give some applause to Prof. Namo and to yourselves. I think this is great, great stuff. But please don't leave. I have a couple of administrative announcements to make. Let's just do that last clap once more. Yeah. Right. Now on to matters around administration and the big things. You know, some people have, all our digestive systems are starting to talk to us. So I have a couple of announcements that relate to that. Please note there's an error on the program. It gives you nearly a 2-hour lunch break, but really the correct time is the lunch will be from 12 to 1 o'clock. So please be aware of the fact that the sessions after lunch will start at 1 p.m. And as you leave for this break parallel sessions, we do have some refreshments in the Miriam Makeba Hall. Please feel free to do with those what seems obvious. And then finally, lunches will be served in exam halls 1 and 2. Exam halls 1 and 2 for lunch. Lunch will be at 1 o'clock. You only have between 12:10 and 1 o'clock for lunch. And I think that is this morning's session. Thank you once again. Thank you once again for this. I hope we're delivering to expectations. Enjoy the rest of the day. Take care. Thank you.
just after 10 to 11. It's about 8 minutes to 11. We'll give people another minute or so, and then we'll make a start. I think people are still grabbing their tea, and they'll probably join us in the next few seconds. Colleagues, I'll introduce myself and the session for the day in the meantime. I'm Ashley van Niekerk. I'm a professor here at Unisa. I'm based at the Institute for Social and Health Sciences, which is about 50 km just outside of Pretoria. I'm also the director of a medical research council unit that is based here at Unisa. That's entitled the Violence, Injury and Social Asymmetries Research Unit. I think we're going to start, and as people come in, the intro will take about 5 minutes, and then we'll get to the panel, which is really the focus of today. But a warm welcome to all of you. I'm really pleased to chair this panel, the focus of which is technological applications and innovations in injury prevention and safety promotion. So this panel is focusing on the health catalytic niche area. And of course, health is quite a broad space, and the focus on injury or physical trauma is really just one part of that. But it's worth noting that in South Africa, physical injury is a really significant health and social concern, with about 9 to 10% of the country's mortality burden. So the country records about 450,000 deaths a year, and about 55,000 deaths as a result of injury. So this is significant, but the share of the burden is much broader than this. And so, of course, beyond mortality, some years back, there was a study that looked at and tried to count how many people came to hospital for injuries, and it was really a virtually impossible task. But the estimate was that this is about 4 million hospital contacts or healthcare contacts in a single year. And this is a staggering burden. I don't know offhand what it costs for such a visit, but I am sure that it, just at the level of cost, is something quite substantial. Beyond the direct burden to the healthcare system, injury has psychosocial and economic impacts that are far-reaching. Now, just to note, injury may be caused by a number of external events. So injury is a big basket, and you will be aware that injury is most likely either driven by traffic crashes or by violent incidents in South Africa, but there are other kinds of events too. Burns and then also drowning incidents are quite big. And there is a fair amount of evidence that talks to the psychological, the social, and the economic costs. And many of these are not just immediate, they're borne by families or individuals or communities for a life period. And so there is, with respect to injury, and this might differ compared to some of the other health conditions, although in some instances there is overlap. But this does, to an extent, single out the importance of injury in terms of the accumulation of costs of trauma over a lifetime period. So this is the broad setting, and then within this, it is important to know that it's not that nothing has been done in the last while. There has been, in fact, been a concerted South African response to control injury or its consequences, and you can take a look at these in terms of the rollout of legislation, the rollout of policy, and the rollout of national and local programming that is specifically directed at injury priorities, whether these are at a national level or whether these are at particular high-risk settings. So there's a whole bunch of them. Just to give you a sense of what's been done, we've recently passed a national gender violence prevention strategy for the country. Beyond that, there's been a range of specific policies and strategies, for example, firearm control, that is directed at the control of violence and its consequences. Something similar for traffic, bunch of legislation around minimizing risk, whether it's focused on seatbelt use or alcohol use or whatever the case may be. And so for the others. Burns, there is a concerted push to eradicate domestic paraffin from households. And this, of course, is strongly connected to the occurrence of burns in homes. But there's also been a massive amount of investment and development around supporting burn survivors. And so burn survival has increased steadily over the last couple of decades. A big focus on the response. And then the last point, just to set the scene, is the intersection of this body of work and the rising interest and investment around technology and the fourth industrial revolution. So since the start of the 21st century, of course, there's been a significant investment and growth around technology, and this includes digital equipment such as smartphones, tablets, computers, and so on. And this is for social interaction, for studying, for shopping, for general information, or simply for recreation. I think it's fair to say that the arrival of this level of technology with this kind of exponential growth in sophistication is a marker of the early 21st century, such that people are speaking of digital natives. So those people, young people born, I think it's from about 1998, the start of the century, referred to as Generation Z, are people that have grown up within this climate of high levels of technology, access to information, and so on. Now, most of us, but especially these young people, have a high usage of mobile tech, the internet, and social media platforms. I believe the vast majority of young people globally, I think it's 90% across the globe, and in certain settings, it's just off 100%. I can't offhand recall the rate in Africa, but it's been accumulating at a massive rate, and I'm sure it is somewhere between 80 and 90% usage amongst young people. I'm speaking about those, especially aged between 15 and 29, but everyone else that is living through this, I think, has adopted this technology in some part, at some point, and in some part of their lives. Interestingly, it's the very same young population that face the greatest burden of injury in our country, but also globally. And so, for example, you might know that traffic crashes for young people, those between the ages of 15 and 29, across the world, traffic accidents are the greatest cause of death for young people. In some settings, and this is more variable, violence is also a great driver. In South Africa, I don't know if it's in the top 3 or the top 5. Maybe it's just fallen below that because, well, there have been some changes on that. But violence is also a leading cause of death. To bring these points together, let me repeat that there is an interesting intersection then between injury prevention and technological applications. There is, in fact, I believe, but I think this is something that I don't think is that new, but there is great potential for academic, social, and policy adoption. And this is specifically for interventions targeting young people, but not exclusively so, because as we all know, this technology has reached to all spheres of society. The panel that we've invited is a really interesting panel, and my colleagues have been invited to discuss examples of the use of such technology within injury prevention interventions, and then also to talk to and comment on the institutional, the social, and the funding resources that are needed to implement, to enable either the implementation or the broader adoption across the general public. I'm delighted to introduce this panel to you. Professor Naima Talib is also from Unisa. We're in the same institute, the Institute for Social and Health Sciences. And Naima is going to talk about a community injury surveillance app that is being developed here at Unisa and that will guide the use by people within communities to identify injury and safety risks within their homes, in their communities, in their local streets, and so on. Dr. Nikki Aloto is next to Naima. Nikki is a burn surgeon from KZN, and she's also a past president of the South African Burn Society. And Nikki will talk to an app that's been running for some years. I think there may be others that have emerged, but that supports early burn diagnosis and treatment planning. Those of you that work in the burn space will know that, for example, if you sustain a burn outside of the Joburg or Gauteng metro, if you are a little kid that's been burnt in Kakamas or somewhere in the rural KZN, then you're not likely to get an ambulance for a few days to travel for specialist care. And so you'll get some emergency care, but you know, burns are important to deal with infection and so on. Nikki will talk more about this. And prompt intervention is, of course, paramount for saving a person's life, but also for rehab and for recovery. And so we'll hear a little more about that app from Dr. Aloto. The third panelist is Ms. Leonora Tima. Next. And Leonora is the Director of Gender Rights in Tech, or GRIT, who will describe a very interesting app to prevent and protect against gender-based violence. This is an app that has received funding from the Gates Foundation. It's I'm going to leave the descriptions because I don't want to. We'll hear from Leonora around what the app offers. A couple of weeks ago, I was asking Leonora about the status of the app with respect to evidence in the justice system. So just to give you a clue around the extent of the adoption of the app at this point. We'll hear more about that. The fourth panelist, Dr. Grace Beloy, is from the Global Health Innovation Accelerator. This is at the South African Medical Research Council. And Grace joins us as from MRC, an institution that is geared towards funding innovation such as this. Now, we'll hear a little bit around the national efforts and the opportunities to support innovation work in general and injury prevention work in specific. But I guess, Grace, we're keen to hear from you how it is that we expedite the adoption of our work and the support that is possible for that. So colleagues, a warm round of applause for our panel. We, of course, usually say this for the end, but this is to give you a proper Unisa welcome. We look forward to what you have to share with us. We have about an hour, and we're going to keep this as conversational as we can. No one has been invited to develop a presentation, but to kickstart the conversation, I'm going to pose a series of questions. And then sequentially, we'll get a response from each. I'll go to the next question and so on. I have 3 to 4 such questions, and then we have an open discussion. Okay? We're going to please note if you have any points of clarification. We'll try to kickstart the process, but even if you can keep points of clarification for later, the panelists will attend to each of those. So colleagues, without further ado, let's pose the first question. If you can, to start, describe the intervention that is based on a technological innovation that you are involved in, or, and this is for Grace, those that have caught your attention in your funding capacity. So describe the intervention, explain how it has been applied to the injury prevention sector, and then if you can just give a comment on why you think that this application is significant to the sector. So we can start in any place, but why don't we start and go like so? Naima, let's hear from you.
Thank you, Prof. Good morning, everyone. So as Prof has indicated, I'll be speaking about the Community Safety and Peace Index, which is a study that has been running for a number of years. The study has been funded by the National Research Foundation for the first and the second phase of the study, and funding ends at the end of this year. So we all know that the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals highlights that peace and safety is paramount in the global agenda. And so sustained improvements in population health and well-being is dependent and linked to the presence of safety and peace within communities. However, efforts to promote peace and safety remain limited by the absence of reliable, contextually relevant tools to measure progress on our interventions and to see where best to intervene. And the development and use of psychometrically sound instruments to assess both objective and perceived dimensions of safety and peace are essential to monitor change, evaluate the impact of our interventions, and inform policy and programming. So without rigorous, culturally grounded measuring instruments, efforts to improve safety and peace may overlook the very conditions that sustain cycles of harm and exclusion. So, for example, within the South African context, which is shaped by historical trauma, spatial injustice, and structural violence, measurement tools must also be sensitive to local meanings of peace, safety, and community well-being. And so then this was the impetus for us developing the Community Safety and Peace Index. So the primary aim of the Community Safety and Peace Index, I'm just going to say CSPI from now on. This study was developed the study was designed to develop a contextually valid and reliable instrument to assess, monitor, and promote safety and peace at local, regional, and broader South African levels. So the CSPI was guided by various objectives. Besides all that I've just mentioned, it is to also assess the psychometric properties across 5 different communities within South Africa in 5 different languages, including isiXhosa, isiZulu, English, Afrikaans, and Sesotho. And then the last one was to develop a mobile app that can be used to digitize and record community safety and peace. So extensive community engaged work it underpins the development of the CSPI, which ensured that the indicators was not only evidence-based, but also grounded in the lived realities and concerns of the communities within South Africa. So aside from an in-depth literature review, the indicators was distilled from a multi-country photo voice study within Africa. It was done in South Africa, Mozambique, Uganda, Egypt, Zambia, and Ethiopia around the theme, things, places, and people that make me feel safe and unsafe in my community. And then also a local study within the Western Cape that explored community perceptions of safety and peace and identified factors that contribute to safety and peace using multimodal methodologies. And so the CSPI is a comprehensive multidimensional survey tool with 2 parts. The first part is an environmental scan, which is designed to measure objective indicators of peace within the environment, so the built environment. And the second part is designed to measure perceived and experienced levels of safety and peace within the communities. It was operationalized to measure safety and peace across 5 dimensions: physical order, including disorder, social order, disorder, structural security, solidarity, community connectedness, and a culture of safety. So these dimensions reflect a holistic understanding of safety, not only as the absence of violence and crime, but also as the presence of conditions that support the well-being and equity and resistance to structural impediments. So the app is still in its initial development phase. So we've validated the instrument, collected the data across 5 different communities in South Africa. And then the app will comprise the environmental scan, which focuses on the physical and built community environment, as I've indicated. So the purpose of the app is to monitor community safety and peace by observing environmental factors contributing to these. Factors within the physical community environment related to safety and peace may include the presence of illegal shebeens, vacant spaces, inadequate lighting, quality of walking paths and roads, inadequate water and sanitation, etc. So these factors often hamper advancements towards safety and peace within communities. And so why is the app innovative? Well, surveillance of violence and injury typically occurs through formal channels at hospitals and police and clinics, and we know that our data is grossly inadequate because lots of incidents of violence or injuries are not reported at hospitals, at clinics, at the police, and these are not counted. And so these systems often capture incidents long after it has occurred. So with a community app, we are able to report incidents as soon as they happen because community will have the app at hand to report such incidents. And so the app will bridge the gap by enabling real-time grassroots level reporting and monitoring of safety threats, disturbances, or structural risks.
Thanks so much, Prof. You flagging the importance of locally grounded evidence and community engagement around the development of instruments and apps that are so socially specific, like the CSPI, and centering the importance of that in the development process. Thank you. Noted.
Thanks, Ashley. I'm going to tell you about the Vula Medical Referral app. So this is a free application for any medical professional in South Africa and some other countries in Africa, allowing anybody at a district or clinic or regional level to directly refer and communicate with a specialist doctor. It was developed actually by an ophthalmologist from the Eastern Cape who realized that ophthalmology was quite a sort of niche and specific speciality, and a lot of rural patients had extreme difficulty in getting to a specialist over large distances and long waiting lists. And that's where the name comes from as well, which is Vula, to open your eyes. And it's remarkable because it really allows a direct discussion between me as a burn specialist with somebody in a very rural and district level. It also allows me to upskill the health professional at that level in burn care that can be done solely at that level. That means the patient might never have to be transferred and incur the costs and the schlep of coming to a hospital when actually with specialist advice we can treat them at the level in which they are living, versus identifying the patients that actually need to be transferred to a higher level of care. So it's about upskilling medical professionals at that level, but it's also about better resource management because we can keep the patients at that level that don't need to come, and we can sort of more urgently transfer the patients that need to come. And it's really remarkable because it's free. It's been funded privately and through fundraising by Vula Medical Referral as an organization. The other thing they do is provide reports. So it's not only injuries that is on Vula Medical Referral, and it's been expanding in its sort of uptake over the years. So any specialist care can be on there as a group. And it will be a specific pro forma unique to the information that I will need as a burn specialist, or that the ophthalmologist would need as an eye specialist, as example. So the person referring the patient to me will fill in a burn-specific form, and then we start a conversation. At the end of every month, Vula can provide a report of all the referrals sent to me over that month. For example, we'll divide burn injuries into minor, moderate, and severe. I've also chosen to classify it or stratify it according to cause of injury, and then as well as age of patients. So over time and accumulative data means that we can also start to understand the burden of burn injury in the province, in the country, which is the bigger picture to informing what Ashley's talking about, which is actually much needed prevention measures. But we can only do that if we know actually what's happening and what the patterns of burn injury are around the country. So personally, it's been life-changing as a practitioner because it allows me to manage patients in a more cost-effective and clinically effective manner.
Thanks, Nikki. So it's not only about the prompt response, but the most appropriate and needed response as soon as possible. And then there's also a monitoring kind of element, and there's also an element of capacitation. But I guess the biggest thing is that because often the delays that take place can often have quite severe long-term kind of consequences. So Vula has made a big impact on that. Leonora, let's hear about grit.
Thank you, Ashley, and good morning. So, as we all know, gender-based violence in South Africa is a huge problem, but it's also additionally complex because of how difficult it is to report gender-based violence, a lot of societal norms that we still see, patriarchy, all of that, but also how difficult it is to navigate the criminal justice system in the way that it's packaged currently. So what we saw through extensive community engagement, and I heard the word co-creation quite a lot in the Marine presentation, and we take the same technique to our technology. Through our co-creation process and through engaging in communities, we looked at how people were using their technology currently. Why were they not reporting gender-based violence? If they had the option to report gender-based violence using technology, what would this look like? Who would respond to it? What would the response look like? And from that, and we did over 1,000 surveys across different areas of South Africa, we put together our first app, which is the GRIT app. It's currently deployed to over 12,500 users across South Africa. It's a data-free and free application. It has integration with armed response. So you press a panic button, you're linked with a call center who call you back. If you don't answer, they will deploy to your area using geolocation. But it also live and audio streams for the first 20 seconds of your phone call, looking at using cell phone data to increase the chance of prosecution. Because unfortunately, despite the fact we often hear numbers of a 77% conviction rate, that's not really the situation on the ground, because many cases don't even make it into our criminal justice system. And a lot of that is linked to evidence. And so technology provides a unique situation where you actually can, as a survivor, have power over what evidence you have. So we looked at how to leverage this within the app. So you have the panic button, it live and audio streams. You also have support services map near you, which is being built out currently. We also do auditing on all the services because we find that survivors are often re-traumatized by poor service provision. So we do an auditing process of all the services that are listed in the map, but we also utilize quite a lot of virtual services. So if you're in the rural Eastern Cape or rural Limpopo, you can still access support services post an incident of gender-based violence. And then we have a vault, which is what Ashley was referring to earlier with the evidence in the justice system. And because on our WhatsApp line, we saw that a lot of people are coming through and wanting to open cases for incidents that happened 2-3 years ago, but they didn't have any evidence. So then the chances of prosecution is very low. So the vault is a place where people can store evidence, voice messages, screenshots, videos, all of that kind of information, and it's stored safely for you for a period of 10 years, that then if you do want to open a case, maybe domestic violence, maybe you knew a perpetrator at the time, you can do so and not face some of the issues of not having that data at the time when you need it. So we've seen quite good results with this. Obviously, our criminal justice system is quite slow, but in the last 6 months, we've had 3 cases that have used data from within that people have either stored or that the armed response company had stored, where it's voice transcripts of the telephone calls that were made in emergency situations, report from the armed responder that was dispatched. And all of them have actually ended in conviction, which, I think obviously not all of our cases will end in conviction that use our data, but it's a good sign of how cell phone data is starting to be leveraged in this space, because it's quite new using this type of technology. But now what we've also built into it is our Gen AI chatbot, which is going to be deployed next month. The chatbot's deployed, but within the app. That is trained to be like a young African auntie persona. We did a lot of co-creation around the persona of the chatbot itself, who people can go in and talk to about anything loosely associated with gender-based violence. Also, access to abortion, sex post-violence, all relationships. It's quite broad. And these data sets have all been collected in communities across South Africa, because as we all know, AI is predominantly built for the global north white data sets. So we've done a lot of data set collection around South Africa to make sure that the chatbot can respond in ways that is culturally nuanced and speaks local language, speaks slang, understands profanity, all of those kind of things, so that young people can really go in. She also speaks in emojis now, which is something we added last week. So really making sure that people can access the technology in ways that is familiar to them.
You have 12,500 users already. Excellent. Dr. Beloy?
Thank you, Prof. I do wish I was a doctor, and I think everywhere I go, people call me doctor. So maybe it's a sign that I must pursue a DBA. But coming back to the business of the day, as Prof mentioned, I am from the South African Medical Research Council, not necessarily involved in violence, injury, and prevention, but I am responsible for a portfolio of medical devices and diagnostics, as well as trying to see how we grow that ecosystem. So in terms of the work that I do on a daily basis, I haven't seen anything related to violence and injury, more medical devices, diagnostics, and technologies related to maternal health and child. But in terms of what I have seen from the Technology Transfer Office, which is another unit that I'm responsible for, is I have seen a technology that is being piloted in Western Cape, which essentially detects gunshots. So essentially, what the technology does is it will triangulate and pinpoint exactly where a gun was shot and which type of gun it was. And the idea is to link that with the systems at the SAPS, but that has not as yet been done. And when I am sitting in this room, I'm actually thinking there is an opportunity to maybe link with the work that Nima is doing with Unisa, because I think the challenge is that what I have seen is that universities and scientists always develop technologies in isolation, and they never actually work together. But there is actually room in terms of surveillance to make sure that we link with other apps, such that, for example, police will know and respond, and maybe perhaps it might be a GBV incident, or it might be just a criminal incident, but there is actually supporting data, because like I think you said, sometimes the challenge is the evidence, but if you can link something like this to an incident, then there is evidence of a gun having gone off, and the likelihood of forensics linking it to a person then increases.
Thanks so much, Grace. So there are pockets of innovation taking place, it seems, across the country. And The opportunities are there, although I did note you saying that you're not aware of funding any directly at this point, MRC that is. So hopefully that will change quite soon. I suppose because just of the opportunity and the possibility that these apps offer. There's been a long struggle of getting interventions adopted and implemented, and so there seems to be something new that is being offered here. You're opening up you're setting things for the next round of question, which is, if you can tell us, you've all been involved in the development of apps, but what is it that has enabled the development of this? Whether it's at the phase of development or implementation or adoption, if you can tell us the top 2 or 3 things that have been helpful in your experience. Naima?
Thanks, Ashley. So as I indicated, we are still in the development phase of the app, although we have developed the instrument. And I think what is good is to have a research-driven foundation where you have stakeholder engagement, communities are involved in the development of the instrument. But what I also need to say is that we used a Delphi method panel to distill the indicators and to identify which of the indicators was most valid. And this was a multidisciplinary team from across the globe, in peace studies, public health, psychology, psychometry, etc. And all of them were involved in distilling the indicators for this instrument itself. And that also helped to make it more contextually valid and reliable. And then I think what will help is the enthusiasm for digital tools that is growing. There's a huge appetite, a growing appetite for digitization. And I know from within South Africa, I think the percentage that we have 45.34 million internet users and a total of 118.6 million active cellular mobile connections were reported from January 2023 to January 2024, and it is estimated that 75% of South Africans have internet access, or at least have access to a phone that can provide internet access.
I think knowing the story of the Vula Medical Referral app and the people that developed it, I think an extreme passion and perseverance through multiple challenges is essential in taking an idea to reality. And the second thing is what Naima's already said, is engaging. And for the Vula app, it's engaging with the end user. And the end user, so the person who's using it, how does it look, how does it flow, and the practical applicability in your daily practice. So it's easy to use. It becomes part of how my clinical practice works, and that's definitely a contributor. And then the ability to get reports that can inform bigger things, I think, is really an essential component to its success.
Thanks. Yeah, so I think a good carry on from that is co-creation, which is essentially kind of what you're talking about. But I think in the ethical tech space, especially with AI and the movement of AI currently, you hear the words co-creation thrown around a lot. I think that true co-creation is really hard, and I do think that it's not done as much as it should be. But I think that technology in key population groups will not succeed unless you are exceptionally intentional about co-creation. It should be led by communities. It should be grounded in the community. And it's humbling, right? Because sometimes you go in with something you think that is a great idea and you're super excited about it, and you turn around and told that it's a really terrible one. And it's not having any pride or ego in that space and be able to listen and build with a community, not for a community.
I think, Prof, from, say, a technology transfer office, what I would recommend is for every single researcher, they should engage with their technology transfer office from day one. just in terms of getting support for their technologies, but over and above that, support in terms of getting funding. Whilst I'm not aware of a particular fund in the country that funds violence and injury, there is a seed fund provided by the Technology Innovation Agency, and every single university and science council in the country has access to that. It is recently broken down into, say, two parts where you can get an initial grant, and then in the second part, you get what's called a pre-coms, or a grant that now has conditions for repayment, etc. So that is open for everyone. And then for people that are not necessarily affiliated with a higher education institution or a science council, the Technology Innovation Agency also has what's called a grassroots innovation fund. So there are no limitations or sectoral limitations. Any idea can be funded. But also seeing that the panelists spoke a lot about mobile apps. There is an entity called MLab, which is funded by the government, which is meant to help in terms of mobile app development. And I think for me, it's actually maybe even a challenge to see if we can get a funding instrument going specifically for the sector. Because working at the SMRC, we do focus on the quadruple burden of disease, violence and injury being one of them. And to the best of my knowledge, you run a center here, and we also have a unit that published the study that you mentioned. But I don't think we've ever been intentional in terms of funding technologies that will assist in that work that's been done. So I think I like doing these things to myself, but it will be something that I take back to the director and see if we can look at funding technologies, maybe not even apps, but other solutions related to maybe treatment or prevention or something like that to help in the sector. Because I do realize sitting here that there is a gap where we can fund technologies to solve this problem.
Thanks so much, colleagues. So a whole bunch of things were flagged. There seems to be a great deal of interest, public interest in tech in general. Everyone has one of these. Important to get momentum, the importance of evidence for what works, so some kind of scientific support for what you're doing. In terms of the process through which the app is developed, end user involvement, critical. Mention collaboration, mention cooperation, you mentioned the centeredness of community involvement and leadership in the participation of the development of such apps. It all makes a great deal of sense for any initiative that is going to need to be sustained and eventually be adopted, that is built in. And then, of course, recognizing that the country does have transfer hubs already that can support the process. Places like MRC, I'm sure there are other places, and the universities have this. And so there are a bunch of factors that are in place to take this forward, although I think you're noting that it is variable. Some sectors have used this far more than others, by the sounds of it. My next two questions, I'm going to combine them because they speak to each other. You've spoken about the enablers, but can you talk about the challenges, the barriers to development? And then I'm going to combine the next question. Can you tell us specifically what the university should do in these processes? So a university like Unisa, what should Unisa do to support the development of apps? I imagine they're not always cheap. I don't know what an app costs to develop, but it may be costly. And if one has a research component, as we're indicating, and an intensive community engaged component, and so on, what is it that you need in terms of our institutions to do? So two things. In your experience, the barriers and your point of view what you'd like the university to do.
Thank you, Ashley. So I think even though I mentioned that 45.34 million internet users we have in South Africa, we must recognize that there still remains a digital divide within the country. And given this, it is important that the apps we develop are free apps. People should be able to use the app and not pay for it. And for that, we need sustainable funding and maintenance of the app, because the app needs to be maintained longitudinally in order for it to work. And so what we need from the university is sustained support, not just for the research itself, which is now basically concluded, but for translating the insights that we've gained into action, which is the app. What worked for us was the commitment to long-term engagement, co-design with communities and valuing their knowledge. And so we have to still give back to the communities by completing this app and then making it freely available to them. That is how we're going to give back to the community. Having access to a dashboard that is linked to service delivery, obviously that will reduce, if it is attended to by the local governments, it will reduce service delivery protests because people will get what they need. And then going forward, the tertiary sector must step up and provide support by investing in innovation, infrastructure, and streamlining institutional processes, because often institutional processes hamper us from going forward, getting approval, and using the funds that you already have that is approved, and that is important for us.
Yes, I would echo the funding component. Certainly, I mean, Vula has sought out their own independent funding in order to provide this medical referral app absolutely free to any healthcare practitioner working in the state sector. And unfortunately, they've failed to get buy-in, even though, so you as an individual working in the state sector, with maintenance of the app, or new features or new components of it. And I think just components of it. And I think just sort of culturally in an academic setting, one of the barriers to adoption of this app, I would say, is the conservative nature of healthcare practitioners. They like to do things the way they've always done them. And if they traditionally are working in a system which is paper-based or telephone-based, some of the older colleagues have a very significant resistance to saying, "Oh no, I don't want to get into this technology." But I think it's the youth and it's the newer culture in academic institutions leading to sort of a more openness to adoption. And certainly the junior doctors I come into contact with are much more open as opposed to the older colleagues. So it's about, adopting a culture of collaboration and innovation and using innovation and new things to do things a better way, and using innovation and new things to do things a better way.
Thanks. So I know it was touched on very briefly, but I think we underestimate the digital divide in South Africa, and as a result, the tech literacy. We're going to be testing our chatbot next week in Messina, and I can tell you that 90% of the women in the room are going to be on Tilili's. And so the tech is so abstract. And I always get asked about data when we talk about, because obviously we get people that share very personal data with us. And I always say the sharing of the data is not the problem. The problem is that people don't know that data is a thing in the first place. So I think tech literacy and digital divide is one of the main barriers to these kind of technologies. But I also think there's skepticism and mistrust, because it's systems that have been historically created to very intentionally exclude certain population groups and cause harm. And I think until we change that narrative within our technologies, I think that, again, it's a huge barrier. I think we underestimate the skills deficit still within South Africa. Even in young people, we struggle to hire. And for most of the skills that we seek for our AI and developing out our chatbot, we go internationally within Africa, but not in South Africa, for support on building some of our technologies, because that skills is still not there. And then if you drill down into the skills that are there, it's still held by the same people that historically held these kind of skills. And we're not seeing diversification. We're not seeing the amount of women in the space that should be coming up. So I think that that's something universities could encourage. Is there's so much. If I think about our tech liaison is 21, and she grew up in Gamotle, which is a rural village just north of here. She finished high school and couldn't access university, but she has done a lot of our programming of our chatbot onto Facebook, onto WhatsApp, by learning the skills she needed to online. So there's a lot of jobs available in the AI space in technology, but our young people don't know about it. It's too abstract. And I think that universities could do better at making sure that more women are coming into the space, especially more women of color. I also think that academia needs to we need to bridge academia and real life by bringing youth tech dev communities into research projects much earlier than they're being brought in. And I also think that we need to engage a much more gendered lens into some of the research that is being done.
Thank you. I'll try and add without repeating, because I think the ladies have already said everything else that is a challenge. I think another thing, irrespective of which technology you're looking at, it's regulation. We have a challenge with our regulation. Most of it, just broadly speaking, needs to be brought up to date. What we're also finding is that, for example, PIs or principal investigators will develop technologies using the most recent tech and innovation. But you find when it's time to take that to the regulator, the people that are meant to help you approve that are lagging behind in terms of that knowledge. So there's an element of making sure that people within those offices that regulate these things are taken on board. I'm not sure what's the right solution, whether that means as and when you're thinking of developing a technology, you engage the particular regulator so that you take them along on the journey, such that when your technology is, say, eventually ready for to be regulated, those people are aware and they also had a look at their systems to make sure that those are also up to date. And then I think with funding, the ladies have said that there is funding available. But what I'm seeing is that as much as the country or the government has put money into, I'll call it technology development, there's a second valley of death that happens after the technology is being developed, because you're not yet ready to industrialize, but there isn't anybody in that gap. So you're stuck with a technology that works, but nobody wants to give you money because, say, you're not manufacturing 1 million. So that also needs to be addressed in terms of the funding opportunities. And then I think another thing that's quite important is access to the right networks. Sometimes you might have the right technology, but if you can't get to the right rooms, to the people that make those decisions, then you're also stuck. What I've seen work in the medical devices with at least 2 companies that within 12 months are now selling in the United States of America, and they're doing clinical trials in, I think, Iran, those types of areas, is that partner with people that are already selling or in the market or using what you want to do. Because what that does is they've done that so many times with so many technologies. You don't need to figure things out by yourself. You've got sort of like a big brother that says, oh, this is how we did this. This is the person you can speak to. So it reduces that learning curve, and then it helps you take the product to the market faster. Another challenge is related to intellectual property. There are lots of, I think now it's better because almost every single university has a technology transfer office. You can engage and they can help you, in a sense, to figure out which markets you can operate in, where do you have freedom to operate, is this novel or not, such that there isn't a lot of money being put in developing a technology only to get to the end and you realize, there's a big company, some big tech giant that's on some, that's ours, you can't take it anyway. and then you've wasted so many years of developing or development work and money. Then I think another thing that researchers don't like to hear is that sometimes researchers are very good at what they do, very good when it comes to technology development, but then they're not always the best people to run the business. And that's where it's so difficult, you know. So I think as researchers or even as people, sort of accept those limitations. If you're good with technology development, stay there. Work with somebody that will help you grow the business. Work with somebody that you trust. Even though you've developed a technology and say you remain a researcher in university, that does not mean that you won't benefit. If you went through your office, your tech transfer office, the deal will be structured such that you still benefit and you get a royalty as and when this technology grows. And then I think another thing I'm also picking up, but I think there is actually improvement, is that there's a disjuncture between the National Department of Health and the provincial departments of health, specifically related to procurement. The national department doesn't do their own procurement, and that is left to the different provincial departments. What that means that we've also seen with, can't remember this app now that the MRC developed, but to basically give advice to mummies during a pregnancy and throughout, is that whilst that technology or that app or monitoring system is accepted by, let's say, the Western Cape Provincial Department of Health, it's not accepted by the Gauteng Department of Health. It does not work in KwaZulu-Natal. So that's another thing that I think government needs to work on to make sure that their systems are aligned, which will also help entrepreneurs, because if you develop, especially say these apps or something like that, you know that is going to be taken throughout the whole country. There won't be any integration challenges between national department and the different provinces. And then I think just another thing, if you are a researcher and you find that the technology does not work, it's okay. It doesn't work, move on to the next thing. Don't try and, you know, asking for more money, etc., for something that sometimes the market has also moved on. So those are just the few additions, Prof.
Thanks so much. Let's give our colleagues a hand. And thanks. That was a really great description. I won't summarize what's been raised, but what has stood out is that there remains quite a stark digital divide, despite the widespread use and the various implications from that. And universities have a role to play in terms of bridging that, both with students that come through, in terms of preparing them for this new digital space that's opened, but also the university has a space in our local communities and in our society. And so there are multiple roles that a place like Unisa can play in terms of dealing with this broader kind of shift that's been taking place, not just in society, but with respect to what it means for us here in academia. Colleagues, we have just short of 20 minutes. I think it's 20 minutes for questions. And so let's throw the floor open. Let's take 3 or 4 at a time. Or if you have short comments, those are welcome as well. I see one over here. Number 2, number 3. We'll take the first 3 and then give the panel a chance to respond. If you have a question specifically for someone, then you can just point it out. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, and thanks to the panel and the facilitator. Allow me to wear my cap as a data privacy lawyer, for which I am. The development of capabilities and all these appliances that we have in our systems You can hear me. There's an issue that for me is a concern, including AI. For example, you'll find that the medical aids, let me use the medical aid so that you can get the context. There's a system that begins now to actually assess you as a subject, project, what it is that you must be advised to live better. Now, there are two things that come out there. I will, because UNISA is transnational, I will talk about GDPR, right? Because if you're dealing with people's data, you need then to stick to the principles that are rooted in the GDPR. And because we are in South Africa, I will talk about the 8 principles of Popeye, which are inherent in any system that we develop. I think the colleague from MRC articulated part of what I was going to say, that I think a time has come that we CNA everything. You see the CNAs, you will find a lawyer. I mean, if you listen to Prof. Namo, we are all there. There are there are scientists, there are geologists, there are lawyers, everybody is there. And I think it's high time that when we're developing applications, we develop what in the military we call it an instruction. And in the instruction, what you do, you actually detail who should be the players. Then the players themselves, there's a template that you use in terms of how you define them and what should their role be, so that as then the approval process of the product development entails the instruction to the people that are included. I'm giving you what we do in the military. Remember, the military is a country. So what you do when you are developing anything, because we have a one force concept. If we are to deploy, all the arms of services must be there. So what you do, you are beginning to say, HR must do this, SAMS must do this one must do this. Then you have that all-encompassing instruction. And what then happens is that the person who then is the one who gives the approval of the full instruction, be it the VC or whoever, then by way has instructed all those arms of services or all those schools to provide people. I will send the invoice for this advice. Because what then it does, each school is given a role to play. And each school has a responsibility, and each school has a KPI, and each school must report according to this big project in terms of how they've performed. Then it deals then with the issues, because the legal eagles will look at all the legalities, whether it's IAP, whether it's IP, whether it's AI, but the trick is you must then be specific which legal expertise you are looking for, because legal is too broad. You need to be specific on who you are looking for. Now, coming back then to, I've finished the contents of the invoice I will send. Coming back then to the issue of AI. I think we're all aware that AI is not new, but Gen AI is the elephant in the room. And I wrote a paper on cookies. I hope we know cookies. When I was writing this paper, I did a mystery shopper. I asked, do you know cookies? They said, we know, we eat them. I said, not the ones you eat, the ones that make you to be naked whilst you are wearing. There's a reason why I'm talking about this paper. Because AI has actually come to make worse what cookies are doing. I'm not in a lecture for cookies today. The issue is, AI, once you would then have complied with all those principles, and which is the reason why the EU now has taken a different posture, that you cannot say you have anonymized anything. There's nothing anonymous these days, because AI can actually calibrate this, then define you as a person, and you are that person. The same thing that cookies do. That you'll say, I'm not accepting here, I'm accepting there. Then they collect all that data, they define you. So you are actually naked as you are wearing. Now, my question then is, within the health sector, how do we deal with this reality insofar as applications are concerned? Because a time is coming where a person with a pacemaker will run bizarre because someone who constructed that pacemaker triggered something in the pacemaker. I'm giving you the worst case scenario. And so I'm saying, how do we deal with those realities in the development of applications? Because this is not theory now, it's real. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Prof. Prof, I know you spoke in the earlier session, but if colleagues can also give their names and the departments when they give their comment. Thank you. Thanks so much, Advocate. Your invoice can go to Prof. less in front here, by the way. Yeah.
Hailing from Tsomo, Tsojana, Eastern Cape, the province of the legends, situated now in the faculty. Well, when I was studying, it was the faculty, so you will know that I'm back home. Faculty of Law or College of Law, Department of Mercantile Law, and responsible for intellectual property. Okay, corporate law. Let me finish the sentence. Corporate law, right? Cyber law, and of course now we're dealing with issues of AI, not within the corporate law, but in collaboration with the units that are developing the AI issues within the university. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I think over there, the gentleman in the first row, and then behind two rows later. Thank you.
I'm Chris Thomas. I teach sociology. My question is mainly directed to Dr. Aloto, and what I was picking up from what you was talking about the service that is available on this app. Why I have this question is that quite often we see exposés on television or in the newspapers about people offering medical services. And it turns out that whatever they claim their qualifications are, whatever institution they claim they've studied at, are really non-existent. And I just want to know about that aspect of your background checks that you do of the practitioners that you would recommend people contact. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. It's David Ngubuka, Unisa Sabbatical, SRC, HSRC representative. So, yeah, my question is in regard to as we see the current affairs in the country, whereby foreign nationals are being kicked out from the public clinics, or this operation Tudula has been doing recently. So, yeah, with the recent promulgation of the NHI, so I would like to understand the Vula app, which purpose is serving? Is it serving all the triple Ps? Is it for recommending for public specialists, private specialists, or for everybody? Thank you very much.
Colleagues, thank you for those. Thank you for the comment. Of course, injury is such a diverse space itself, but we note that our development of whatever innovation is going to have strong counsel because of the IP issues and where things may or may not belong. So we note that, and that is something that we will pick up as we proceed with the development of tech. The two questions are specifically around Vula, so let me hand over to Dr.
Thanks for the question. So just a disclaimer, I'm in no way involved in the development of the app. I'm just a very passionate end user of the app. But I have been using it for a long time, so I can answer your questions. You apply to VULA, and VULA will go directly to the Health Professions Council of South Africa to confirm that you are a registered doctor or specialist. So depending on which end of the app you are, you cannot, it's not that you can download it and just start using it and talking to other health practitioners. You must, they personally, the company will follow up with the Health Professions Council of South Africa, that you are in fact who you say you are. To answer the second question, it's available to anybody in the health care space to use that, both public and private. And I suppose really it's up to an individual who's looking to improve their capacity or service or how they can provide better delivery. And generally in medicine, there's a group of people, there's an understanding. For example, I work in Pietermaritzburg at Grey's and Harry Gwala Regional Hospital, and there's a referral pattern or system in place that already exists. So the adoption of it will come from the person who is generally the specialist. So me, in the burn service, we adopt this, and slowly over time, the word gets out. So in the beginning, I started using it in 2017. People would refer patients to me the old-fashioned way, you know, and then you have the conversation and we say, well, actually now go and download the VULA app. You'll apply to be recognized as a healthcare practitioner. And in general, sort of the uptake happens over time. It's not just instant. And then if you're in a district hospital or a clinic, one person knows about using it. And then when he hands over to the next, oh, there's this app. This is how you refer burn patients to Pietermaritzburg. On the other end, as the sort of the person or the non-specialist referring, you can go onto the app and you can look at various hospitals or institutions or services and see if you can find the people that you usually refer on there. So it's not a complete penetration of the system because it is voluntary, but it is accessible to any registered healthcare practitioner with HBCSA in this country, and then there are some other countries on that can use it. Does that answer the questions?
I was wondering, the last question, it seemed to me that you were also asking about whether the NHI would be, and whether there was, I know there's lots happening with the NHI, it may take some time, but whether we also needed to think about whether any of this connects with the NHI at some point. I don't know if that's where I just heard NHI, and I don't know if it's premature to even think about that. But if NHI is the primary organizing framework for health, then perhaps it's going to be a point at some point that we think where these innovations fit in. I'm just putting it out there. Colleagues, we have, it's almost lunchtime. We have 4 minutes before we close. Are there any last questions for our panel? Prof? 1 year, and did I see a, oh, let's start there with the lady at the back, and then Prof, you number 2. Any last person? No? All right.
Prof Miller from Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Relations. You sounded a bit tentative about relating this to the NHI, but I think that is a really vital point that you are making. So I'm just speaking to affirm your point. Because if there are possibilities, you know, Karl Marx made an interesting, he had an interesting thesis about how the development of the means of production can actually reduce the socially necessary labor time. So if these kinds of technological applications are able to make healthcare more accessible across the continent, the way in fact people do digitally connected heart transplants, for example, deep surgery, serious surgery, and part of the operation is actually done with the help of technology. So to help accessibility on the continent, to reduce the costs on the continent, these are all the kinds of possibilities that you would want an NHI to take up and draw on the kinds of case studies and best practices presented here. So I agree with you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, facilitators. I think maybe one of the major issues, maybe the aim of this catalytic niche area was maybe to pre-cool us as UNISA to say what areas do we need to look at into the future, especially given where we are coming. So I'm looking for some of the questions that we might need to be asking now. What is it that is beyond AI? Because they're talking about we are looking like long term. Then I think there was an issue that we can't leave on the table in terms of research. How is the research around this area, AI and other technologies, going to address or relate to the NHI? Because it's an agenda that the government is driving now. But I think there are also other areas then that you might need to address, maybe in terms of the technologies. It could be in hospitals, they are linking doctors. But there's one issue that as a consumer, what is me, which maybe might require technological development, the idea of doctors giving me medicines that I don't need. So I think some area that we may need to research. When you go to a pharmacy, you're going to have a mini pharmacy in the house. How do we have technology assisting us? Maybe maybe even patients sharing the amount of medicine that they've been given by the doctors. So there are a lot of other researches that I think technology can be applied to the medical field, like we are talking now. I saw there was another one also talking about security. But I think we really need a good tool in our arms, and technology is as good as you apply it. So if you apply it wrongly, then you're going to have wrong results. So I think part of the work that we need to be working on, it's good, the platform we're talking about, how does it improve? It could be the medical area, it could be other areas as well, if you're looking at a broader picture. But I think we would maybe, I would still appreciate if the panelists are going to leave UNISA with an agenda, the research agenda that we need to look at more than showcasing. So we are saying here, showcasing is good enough, but then we want to go beyond showcasing. For example, what is the top 5 issues that we want to investigate moving forward? Then that can help even the rapporteurs that they're going to write from the panelists. Maybe we might have 1 or 2 that we have, we can write them down and give them to the catalytic niche area leader, so that then we can harmonize. So these are part of the co-creation, because we are also from the communities, and when you come here and you see to give us your insight, then for us as researchers, it's a co-creation journey. So I think maybe those are some of the pointers that I want to leave with. But otherwise, thank you so much for opening up. I think we are going to find our way into the system in terms of the research agenda. What we are interested in, like I'm saying, as the university, is to open up a research agenda, open up a research agenda that is relevant to our time, open up a research agenda that is relevant to the future. So I think if we can do that, then we would have done it. I tell you why we are behind on the continent. Russia, China, US, these guys are moving with almost like years ahead of us. And this is where one of the major difference is, where we can't see beyond tomorrow. And they're saying, if we're going as researchers, we need then to dream and see things beyond tomorrow. And we are not talking about the physical seeing. We are talking about actually inspirational sight. So if we don't have inspirational sight as researchers, we are not going to innovate. We are going then to be following the other innovations that are coming our way, rather than us leading the way. And I think as African scholars and as UNISA, that default setup needs to change completely, where we now need to see by sight and not to see by our eyes. Thank you. see by inspiration.
Yeah,
not see by
wonderful,
our
Prof.
eyes.
Prof, that is the last two comments. I think is perhaps a good point on which to have a last reflection. So we're kind of being put on the spot, but our collective future research agenda. I mean, you can't even talk 2030 anymore. Maybe our 2040 agenda. Just your immediate thoughts. I think we've picked up something on the NHI connection, but I think Prof. Glamo is also asking us to look, I think, at the bigger picture forward for this space. And your immediate thoughts, and then we'll wrap it up. So the immediate thoughts that come to mind, I know it's something that's just emerging.
Thanks, Prof. Wow. Prof, I'm retiring soon. So, but for me, the future of this app, because the instrument has got two components, as I indicated earlier. The shortest component is the environmental scan, but then there are other aspects of safety and peace that will have to be incorporated within the app. But the first phase is development of the app, piloting the app, implementing it, and seeing if the uptake is good within the community, if it is feasible, if it is understandable, if it's easy to manage, and thereafter build on that in order to, in the future, support police data and hospital data and clinic data to get a true reflection of injury and violence within the country. And best contributing, identify contributors, hotspot areas, etc. And the best where we need interventions, and then develop interventions based on the findings from the app. I think.
No, I completely agree with you. I don't think we have good data on the burden of injury. And again, the Vula app contributes. There's I think it was a few weeks or months ago, they had their 2 millionth referral. That's an enormous amount of data that's exchanged talking on the burden of injury. And again, the conversation between two healthcare practitioners reveals where the deficiencies in the healthcare system are and what we need to address. And then the future of the app is how can it be improved to even further streamline the efficiency in the system, because patients travel far distances, sit in queues for long times. How can the app be used to mitigate that?
Thanks. I think when you talk about Africa lagging behind, I think that's been very intentional by the global north to retain power where it's always been held, right? And I think if we look at access to compute, for example, I was looking the other day at how many supercomputers we have within Africa, and I think it was 3. And if you look at America and China, how many supercomputers they host, it's a very large amount. Africa, I think when you're looking at research, you're going to look at what African solutions for African problems look like, but also how can Africa come around this problem of compute and access to compute? Because if we're going to compete internationally in this AI race, because that's what it is, it's a race for power, right? And I think the global north looks at it geopolitically. I do think Africa has a different agenda for its AI journey. But until we have access to compute that's not priced at global in dollars or in euros, then Africa's always going to lag. So I think if you're looking at research and ways forward in this race of technology, it's how can we equalize there?
Sure, Prof. I think your question was more philosophical. I don't necessarily have an answer in terms of any CNAs. But I think what we need to work towards as Africans is harmonization of our regulatory system, and I think more importantly, the availability of data so we can start solving our challenges. Because you can easily go on to, McKinsey's, whoever, the data that's available is for Europe and all those countries. So we don't know what's going on in our own backyards. So it's very difficult for us now to come up with solutions. I don't know, say, how many medical devices are being sold in Angola. Do they know? Somebody did a study, somebody from Europe, but their data is theirs, it's not ours. So I think for any solutions, be it oceans economy, health tech, whatever, we just need to start owning our own data and finding affordable ways to share it amongst each other, because that's another challenge. I don't understand why we have to buy data for Tanzania if you want to work with Tanzania. I mean, you can't tell me there isn't anybody in Tanzania that can pull together a report based on what the country is actually importing. So if you can find a solution to make that data available in terms of the research, what's being sold, procurement, what's going on in Africa, I think we might have won half the battle. Thank you, Prof.
Eureka moment, Prof. Because the instrument was developed based on data from 5 African countries that we collected, and nothing prevents us from expanding the app in the future to the whole of Africa. So, because we have the indicators that are relevant to Africa. Thanks.
Colleagues, thanks so much. Prof, the broader kind of research agenda, I think colleagues are inputting. I'm hearing that there is a need for us to understand how this kind of tech can add to health system efficiencies and use. I'm also hearing a comment around how this how there is a need to understand how information and how AI can assist information utility and adoption. And then I heard quite a few colleagues talk about really what the progression of this space means in Africa, and a recognition that there's a broader geopolitical set of factors that are in play, and that probably there needs to be greater elaboration of what those are, because they play a real role in what we look at, what we do, and eventually what we own. So thank you very much for your provocation, and thank you, Prof. Miller, also for prompting in the direction of the NHI. A last round before we close, a last round of applause. Thank you very much, panel. It was fantastic. I think that is it for the session. I hand you all a little gift from Unisa, but just on behalf of the university. We have 2 colleagues that flew in this morning very early, and they had to dodge SAFE, obstacles. But thank you very much for joining us. I thought this discussion, as well as your presentations, were really insightful. Next year, the World Conference on Injury Prevention and Safety Promotion, which is biannual, comes to South Africa. And I want to propose that there is a presence like this at the conference. It's being hosted in Cape Town. There is something that is clear to me, that this space needs a great deal more discussion and elaboration and unpacking. And I think I really like the idea that we also really, it's such a forward-looking set of issues that are here, but this is what it's all about, what we can do for the space 20, 30 years going down. So thank you very much, colleagues. Enjoy your lunch, and don't be late for the next session. Thank you.
No, these are not closing remarks, but it looks like there's a ring here. Just to try and save somebody's marriage. There's a ring here on the table. So whoever it is, I'll give it to the lady that's handling the camera. So please remember it before you go home.
for joining us. I'm sure by now you are your tummies are full and you're ready for the what we normally term the graveyard shift, when people are really full and tired. And I'm hoping that all those that have joined us live as well, we've got quite a few members that have joined us, quite a few participants that are joining us online, and this includes a lot of students that are joining us online as well. So colleagues, this is quite an interesting topic for us. We are now into catalytic niche area 10, which focuses on student support and co-curricular activities within the university. And as you would have heard, if you were here with us yesterday, the VC mentioned that this is one of the areas that we need to start thinking seriously about as an institution, is that how do we build our competencies and our capacity for our students that when they graduate, they do have an opportunity to compete, but also have an opportunity for employability. So part of this is to really look at, as we start thinking about the shifting educational terrain in Africa, digital resilience, more specifically, is no longer an option. We must think more strategically that this is a necessity for us in this context. And for us as an open distance e-learning university, we have an opportunity to actually leverage this strategically in favor of our students. Now, today we put together a nice panel. I'm going to ask the panel to introduce themselves shortly. But we're going to focus on developing student digital resilience in African higher education and a translational research agenda in the context of open distance learning, with the idea of us rethinking more strategically what this means for us as an institution and how do we take this agenda forward as an institution. At this time, I'm going to invite my panelists. We have 3 panelists with us, and all 3 panelists represent different areas of industry. And we've purposely selected these panelists from industry because we want industry to really to guide us and to think with us as an higher education institution. So I'm going to ask our panelists to introduce themselves. I'm going to start with Jay from the, all right, Jay, if you can introduce yourself, just tell us a little bit about yourself and what you're doing, and then we get to questions.
Thank you. And good afternoon, everyone, and hi to the people online joining us. I'm Jay Richard Sill. I lead Microsoft's education sector business across Central Eastern Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. My background, I don't come from a tech background, didn't get a computer till I was 38, I have to say. So my background is as a science teacher. I taught biology and psychology at high school in the UK. I taught here in South Africa. I've lectured at universities and researched and worked as a government policy advisor, all in education. So my background is very firmly on the education side, as opposed to having the tech stuff.
Thanks, Jay. Mick?
Hi, everybody. Great to be here with you all. Thanks for having me. I'm Mick Mann. I'm the CEO of Ubu, which is Africa's first metaverse, and also the co-CEO of Singularity South Africa, for Singularity out of Silicon Valley. And we focus on how do we educate, empower, and inspire leaders and future leaders to apply different exponential technologies so that they can build the future we all want to live in. And we've created this 3D AR-powered 3D immersive worlds where you can come and explore as a hyper-realistic avatar or as any type of different avatar that you like, and learn in 3D in a much more immersive, engaging way. And yeah, I'm excited to get into the discussion.
Thanks, Mick. Dario?
Hi, everyone. I'm Dario Fanucchi. I am the co-founder and CTO at Isazi Consulting. Before that, I was kind of in education because I was a lecturer at the University of the Witwatersrand in applied mathematics. And since we started in 2012, our focus has been on applying the technologies, the cutting-edge technologies like machine learning or now AI more broadly, to business problems. We've done over 175 of these over the years. And I think for me, the focus is always, how do you make this real? And how do you have an impact on a company or on the economy?
Thanks. So, colleagues, you see we got quite a diverse panel with us, but to bring in the different voices. And for all those that are joining us online as well, I'm going to encourage you to post your comments in the chat. We have colleagues that are checking the chat for us and will field those questions. So we're going to start the conversation, and how we're going to do this today is it's going to be a conversation. We're going to pose questions, and as we engage is to try to unpack what this means. So my first question, what problems are we trying to solve in the African context? When we think of student co-curricular activities, we think of student support, right? And we think of a student coming out from a university. And the very first thing is a university qualification doesn't guarantee them employability in this current era, right? They're looking for more. What's the more that we are looking for in terms of industry? And also, what does that mean for us as an higher education institution, right? Maybe, please, whoever's the first?
Ladies first.
Thank you. That's a very interesting question, and you probably get a different answer from every single person from industry that you spoke to. As it happens, I'm hiring at the moment, so I'm looking really, really carefully at a lot of the skills that the candidates who've applied for the roles that I have are offering. I think what we want to see at Microsoft and at other large companies is that there needs to be evidence that you can do something with what you've learned. For me, that's a critical skill. One of the things that I do see in very successful candidates is that they do additional short learning programs concurrently with their degree, and they might well be industry certifications. And that is real evidence of a desire or even a passion to work in a specific industry. I like to see, have they researched us? Do they know about Microsoft? Do they know about what we're doing? Are they aware of the job, what it's going to involve, what the prospects are? I mean, I start my interviews off very often by asking candidates, what questions do you have for me? Rather than leave that till the end. Because what I get from that is if somebody's actually is really researched and they're able to show evidence of what they can do with what they've learned, it turns into a very rich conversation.
Right.
But those that evidence of doing other stuff that's industry relevant, apart from the degree, with the degree, I think for me is a real green flag for a candidate who's certainly worth talking to.
Okay. And when you say, you're looking for something more, these obviously need to be credited stuff, right? So it needs to be really stuff that you can prove on paper, but also practical that you can actually see they can apply it.
Yeah, I mean, short learning programs and industry certifications can be micro-credentialed.
Right.
So you can go and do them for free on platforms like Microsoft Learn, and you can build up a portfolio of learning with badges. And that micro-credentialing is again, it's also evidence that somebody's thinking hard about what they need to be successful in a particular role or with a particular company. It doesn't have to be a paid certification. It's just the fact that they can show an interest in what they want to do concurrently or concomitantly with the work they do in their degree studies. Okay. Because, we were talking about this before. Yeah. Where you got your degree, it's much the same. I mean, I don't think we look at, specific universities and say that one might be better than that one. What we're really looking for is the candidate who wants to come work for us and can explain why they want to come work for us and can show that they put a lot of thought into what might differentiate them from other people coming along.
Mick,
yeah, I think those are great points. And, for us, it's like what we focus on, how do we educate people for the skills of the future? Because jobs are changing, roles are changing at a very fast, accelerating rate. So, what you needed to know in the past is not what is going to get you a job or help you thrive in the future. And we try to create these, gamified ways of learning through these 3D virtual experiences. And if you think about human beings, we think in physicality, and it's a lot easier to remember something by using physics of the room. Like I can remember you on the left and you're on the right of me, and you over there. But currently in these 2D platforms, it's very flat. So I think that's a big thing for us, is how do we bring it into the 3D world? I think we're living at a time where you need to have critical thinking, creativity. It really needs to be about trying to solve the problem using these tools like AI to help you get there much faster as this pace of change keeps going.
Dario?
So I have maybe a slightly different perspective. We are a company that was bootstrapped from 2012. We had to prove value to our customers. When we hired people, they had to prove value to us. And I think Now, as an AI company, that's all we do. When we try to hire someone, when when we're interviewing people, one of the questions we need to get to the bottom of is this person AI native?
Mm.
And I think this is a massive gap in education right now. People try to ignore the presence of AI. You know, you will teach someone a subject, and if they use AI, you've got Turnitin detecting that they used AI and telling them that they must not be using AI. But when you go into the real world, everybody's using AI. They will use AI to replace you if you do not use AI better than them.
Hmm.
So AI native is super important. The first question I ask in any interview, open ChatGPT, make it lie to you. Make it tell you something false.
Yeah.
Make it make a mistake. Because you should understand the limits of the technology.
Right.
And that's the first clue that you understand how this thing works, because it's not perfect.
Mm.
And then there's all the rest to get truly AI native. Andrew Ng from Deep Learning AI, and he used to be at Stanford, has given a talk on what it means to be AI native. I strongly encourage anyone listening to watch that talk. There's a new type of person who takes advantage of all of this technology, who understands the limitations, and who is much more effective.
Mm. I like that terminology, AI native. Okay, so colleagues, we're not going to have a separate question and answer session because we want you to be part of the conversation, right? So if you want to engage a question, just pick up your hands and we'll engage with you, right? And I think that's an important one because there's two things that you raised here. One is, and I actually haven't heard that before, is that we're moving to AI native. But you also flagged an important point is that higher education may be stopping the progress of AI, and then a student gets in a work environment, and then you ask, show us what you can do on AI, right? But obviously, then our policies are not aligned. So, I mean, somewhere along the line, we need to think about how our higher education policies, our institution policies speak to that. But obviously, there are also you flagged your industry standards, what you want in industry. You flagged where you're going in terms of the advancements the technology spaces are making. But we do have challenges in the context of Africa. What are the challenges that we have that we must start taking seriously? If we want to get to the point of where we do have a serious discussion on AI to being AI native, what are the challenges that we need to address?
Maybe I'll just start. Is that I think there's a big challenge around the fake degree market. I mean, I think you know it's $1 billion market where people fake their certification, their degrees. You know, 75 to 80% of LinkedIn credentials are manipulated apparently, and people go to a Harvard dinner and they went to Harvard. So I think with blockchain technology, it's going to really mitigate that, because if you get a degree that's on chain, you know, that you own that wallet from a reliable source, that's going to prove that those people have those skills, if it's in an AR course or, you know, whatever type of course they've done. So I think one of the challenges is getting over this fake certification arena that we're facing.
Yeah, I mean, we're moving into this sixth industrial revolution paradigm now, which is you know, deep AI integration with the physical being, advanced robotics. We're seeing the first quantum computers are coming out, and that can be overwhelming to students in education, particularly if they're online and they're not as connected as a face-to-face institutional faculty, and trying to engineer the tech or to retrofit the tech onto a specific challenge is not probably something that's going to work for you. But it's about thinking in your course design how you mitigate for those challenges. And we're seeing some fantastic stuff built in now that can assess mood, where you can do emotional well-being check-ins. And I think, you know, this massive dropout rate we have from year 1 to year 2 of around 60% is really, really scary at the moment. And anything we can do to mitigate that is going to be useful. It's going to save the economy of the country millions and millions of dollars and rands. And so being intentional about the technology that we use in higher education is going to give young people much more of a connection with education. They're likely to be more successful. They maybe not drop out, and that has a knock-on effect for industry. So I think we have to be very, very intentional about the technology that we use. I'm highly critical. I'm a critical friend of technology in education. For me, I think it has to do something useful. It has to add value. if it doesn't add value to what you're already doing, why would you use it? And therefore, if you're going to use it, you've got to use the right tech that's designed to help drive that equity of access that's really, really important for economic growth in any country. And you know, we can talk about the 6th Industrial Revolution, but it means something very different to a student in London than it means maybe to a student in Zambia. And that equity of access is really important. 6th is about a really deep integration of tech with biology. It's about advanced computing like quantum, which we're starting to see come on stream. Really, robotics being brought into our everyday lives around industry. Agentic AI, for example. You know, we have colleagues who are agents now that are in our teams. So that kind of progress is all around us. I think education very often is slow. It's behind the curve on tech, but we do have an opportunity to think about equity of access in parallel to what's important for the jobs market.
Right. So I'm not sure any of you have any questions. Any questions so far? Any comments? Nothing. Okay. So there's an interesting point that you made about the idea of where we are. But I'm going to play a clip from just before these sessions last week. Sometime I interviewed Dr. Andrea Morato dos Santos from Spain, and she's also one of the board members of the International Council for Distance Education. And she makes an important statement because she says the distinction between the global north and global south is problematic because the same problems that we are facing in the global south is the same challenge they face in the global north. And I'm going to ask our colleagues in the back to quickly play the first video for us. Have we got the video on? Do we have the video, Richard? Okay, while you're getting that video ready, Dario, let me get you to respond to that.
So, I guess just on the challenges in the global north and the global south, and on Africa in particular, I think sometimes people who are entrenched in an advanced technology have a higher barrier to entry to the next technology than people who have not yet gone there.
Okay.
And I think you sometimes see developing countries leapfrog on a new technology. They'll adopt it faster. M-Pesa was a good example for digital payments. In Kenya, it was one of the first digital payments platforms before everybody else got on this wave. So there is an opportunity to be early adopters because you haven't got an established sort of set of previous generation things to replace.
Right.
And I think that this is an advantage developing nations have. What I will say, though, is that hosting and running AI right now, if that is specifically the technology we're talking about, it is massively heavy on power, on the environment, on cost. And these costs are very difficult to kind of justify for every country independently. So that's why there's these central players who are spending trillions of dollars to create data centers. And I do think that figuring out how to distribute that more is an interesting challenge that is maybe more unique to the global south.
Okay. So you say there are critical challenges in the global south that places that distinction still from the global south and global north. Okay, do we have that video, Richard? Okay, can we play that?
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation to join you virtually. It's interesting because I have been seeing some sort of a conversion of circumstances in the global north and global south. Normally, when we talk about problems in students' engagement, we are also, especially in the digital space, we know that a lot of it relates to infrastructure, access to connectivity, good connectivity, etc. But I'd like to focus on something that goes beyond technological infrastructure to focus more on the human side of things. I think that the convergence that I meant is that nowadays, students in the global north and global south are facing similar challenges, which is some sort of disengagement or lack of attention or reduced attention span or lack of digital competence, and overall feeling a bit disconnected to studying online because everything is online nowadays. Social activities, we do banking online, we talk to our family, to our friends, and there is so much time online that it becomes really challenging. So I think that we are coming back again to the human side of things. The idea is to pay attention overall to go beyond these spaces that are digital and try to a certain extent to have some sort of support, if possible. In a face-to-face way, but if not, perhaps on an e-mentoring type of infrastructure, or structure. Why am I saying so? There has been recently a report launched by the European Commission. It's called Generative AI. It's focusing on AI, but it goes beyond that. It's about technologies, right? It's generative AI, what's changing, what's coming. It was published in June this year, so it's very recent and a very transversal report. And the need for more shared spaces for people to interact and even share their worries and concerns and the struggles, perhaps in community-based spaces, has been raised in this report. And I don't think it's different anywhere in the world. This is something that we are facing nowadays, and it's a challenge for all of us. Because the need for lifelong learning is really, it has always been the case that we needed lifelong learning or continuous education, But nowadays, because there is a need to be updated all the time, technology is advancing, the job market is requiring people to know more about new career paths, new technologies, etc. Lifelong learning has become really important. So I think that besides thinking of how to introduce technology and innovation on our courses in general, we could perhaps think of how to make more modular activities, thinking of the job market, something more real for micro-credentials, for example. All of these really tend to approach society to the university, and I think that's a good way forward.
Okay. There's something interesting that Andrea brings out. She says that maybe with the technology that we are moving towards, there's also the human side that we need to bring back. What are your thoughts on that? Technology, human interaction, because when it comes to thinking of a university, we don't only teach students the tech, we teach them the human interaction. This is part of the co-curricular aspects that we bring in. How do you engage as a human being with technology, not technology replacing you? And from your perspective with industry, how do we deal with this in terms of the tech-human interactions?
I'll start since I have the mic. I think one of the unique things about being a human is your lived experience. These models have seen everything on the internet. They've seen everything ever written. But they don't have, at this time, they're not embodied. They do not have your lived experience. And so insofar as you can use your lived experience to change the world for the better, you can identify problems that you see around you. You can figure out how to solve them in the real physical world. This is something that is not easy to automate. And I don't think it's something that will be automated in the short-term future. And so I think it's critical for us to, as we always did for entrepreneurs, always to look around them at the world and ask what's broken. Because if you can't find something broken, you can't make a difference.
Yeah. Mick?
Yeah, we, from a singularity point of view, we believe that, according to Ray Kurzweil's predictions, we're going to reach a form of UBI, universal basic income in the early 2030s that will give people, basic shelter and health and security. So human beings are going to have a lot more time to do other things. And that's going to be, human-to-human connection. And as these AIs are imbuing robots and doing, a lot of the physical tasks that humans used to do, we're going to have a lot more time. So we're going to be able to, spend that time traveling. Humans love to travel, or to meditate, or to expand our own consciousness, learn new topics just out of passion and interest. So, I think that's the whole idea of work is going to change. And what it means to have a job in the future will not mean the same thing what it means today. Maybe now for the next couple of years it will, but you know, as we hit super general intelligence, and as we, you know, as these things change and the AIs do a lot of the work for us, we're going to have to think about different things to do as human beings. And the other thing to just mention is that a lot of there's new schools that are coming out at the moment, where the first 2 hours of the learning day is spent, you know, working with AIs and working at a much faster pace. I think it's called the Alpha School, where they spend the first 2 hours learning on iPads with AIs, and then the rest of the day is actually working in groups with human beings. How do you actually enhance human-to-human problem solving, collaboration, critical thinking? So the actual whole education model is also set for disruption, in my opinion.
Yeah,
you agree?
Yeah, I do. I do. I think what excites me about AI and this progression towards artificial general intelligence, the map we're on, is that it enhances human capability. It doesn't replace it. So it's a tool for us. And if I think back to what I used to do in the classroom or the lecture hall, the technology I used had to make it different or add value. And that's why I think we're on the cusp of this technology revolution, moving further into AI, which is going to be enhanced by quantum computing and made faster, cheaper. Is that human capability is going to shine through. Now, when in education, you can use AI. It can tell you what you need to learn, and it can tell you how to learn it quite easily. What it can't do is explain to you why you need to learn it. It can't make the links between different subjects. It can't tell you why learning that is important for society, for the economic growth of a country. And that's what I mean by enhancing human capability. You can franchise out part of the learning journey, and it can be very valuable to do that, because then the human capability is able to focus where it adds the value to education that the technology can't.
Okay, any questions so far on the floor? Do you all agree with that? Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much. So, yeah, the question stems from the 2020 World Economic Forum launched the Reskilling Revolution initiative that's supposed to produce or skill more than 1 billion people. The target was 2030. So, but the realities and shocks of this country doesn't afford it, as the state stands as a 43% unemployment rate. So, and the luxury is not there of hip hopping for micro credentials to extra stars. So, but now, how can candidates be evaluated with regard to the consideration of a job offering or providing the skills revolution? That regard, because the situation with the country currently contrasts with
the economics. Okay, thanks. I got it. So I think Jay, maybe we'll return back, because I know Microsoft has a program to build. I think it's 1 million, right? By end of 2026, 1 billion with AI skills, right? How does that now feature, considering the fact, and that's an important question, when you look at the diversity in the country, the issues, can that 1 million target, will that 1 million target actually address the economic issues in the country?
Well, I think it's a step in the right direction. And if you look at across tech companies, you'll see that they're all investing in skilling. And part of that is about enabling social mobility. Part of that is about creating a wider job pool, a pool of candidates. And part of it is a societal recognition that people need to have these skills and that they're useful in lots of ways, which don't necessarily link to employment. You think about it, people learn to use the ATM, the cash machine, very quickly when they're Their wages got paid into the bank rather than in the brown envelope every Friday afternoon. So we adapt, we learn this technology, and it's all around us. So the skilling programs are important because they open up new worlds to people who may have not considered different directions or journeys in this country and in other places. Look, access is a challenge. Microsoft had a skilling day at the Gallagher estate last month. Yeah, when people could come, they could register, come along, look at what's on offer. All of our partners were there, do certifications, AI literacy courses. You know, we can do that as do others, but it's never going to be enough. That's the reality. So we do what we can, and we try to reach as many people as we can. But the fundamental challenges in society are connectivity and infrastructure, and there's no getting away from that. You know, South Africa had the SA Connect program. I remember when I was working on the Operation Pakisa education IT program that President Zuma had back in 2015. One of the work streams was about connectivity, and SA Connect had these targets to connect a certain number of schools or a percentage to try and reach 100% coverage. Now we've got to look at new ways of doing that. You know, dynamic spectrum access tech, TV white spaces, using the spare capacity in the spectrum that we don't need now because television is moving to different wavelengths. Satellite, you know, I was on a flight from Doha to Seattle 3 weeks ago, and there was Wi-Fi was available free on the whole flight. It was uncapped. You could stream movies, and it was Starlink. Yeah, Starlink on Qatar Airways. No extra charge. I'm sitting there, you know, streaming movies and things. That connectivity is there, but we have to look for ways, you know, creative ways of making it available to more people, because really that's the key to open the door to economic opportunity that these revolutions, industrial, that we're going through are bringing in. We have to be able to, there has to be policy at government level to improve that access so that more and more people are able to take advantage of the work that the private sector is doing around skilling.
Yeah. So your point is quite important, because you're saying tech is there, but it's the government, and in our case also universities, our education, that needs to take advantage and start leveraging that to support our students wherever they are, right?
I think partnerships are a good way to go. I mean, you were talking about how you provide connectivity data to your Unisa students, which is helping close that gap around equity of opportunity. And there are no end of partners willing to partner with governments across the world to try and think about how we can grow that connectivity footprint. Right. There's some fantastic work taking place in South Africa at the moment, connecting up some of the clinics and the health centres in townships. And that provides internet availability to all the people who live around it when that clinic or that library or that office isn't working. Yeah. So there's lots of different ways of, as my old grandmother used to say, skinning the cat. Yeah. You know, but it does require intentionality at government level to move ahead with private sector partnerships and initiatives to help spread the infrastructure. I mean, we're investing billions of dollars in data centers in this country. And that's fantastic technology here in South Africa. And making the benefit of that more widely available, I think, is incumbent on any government of whatever political persuasion.
Yeah, I think so. So I want to move the conversation a bit. So I want to move to what innovations and technology are needed, right? So we're looking at where our education is going, and we've affirmed that the qualification is not just good on its own. We need to provide additional skills. But what innovations or technology are needed as we move towards preparing our students for employability through co-curricular and student support activities? And Dario, maybe I can bring you in, because I know Prof. Labuskaki would enjoy this one, is the AI elements that you're currently working on. Tell us more about that research component, how it actually projects the future research as well.
I just want to make sure I understand. You're speaking to AI, particularly in education.
Yes, but what you were sharing earlier, the kind of research with agriculture and...
Oh, right, yes. So I mean, I think the first thing, I want to frame this, and I'm going to go a little off track, so please keep me honest. I want to frame this with like a thinking that we've been doing, which is kind of don't try to solve the questions that are now easy. A lot of people are focusing on AI and they're saying, oh, look, it can answer my emails for me. That's now easy. And that's great. Some things that used to be tedious are now easy. And there's a whole swath of automation going on. But what about the questions that are now hard and that were previously impossible? And I think that there are spaces where that is extremely interesting. So we're looking in supply chain in particular, and we're phrasing it like this: if we can use AI to make it 10% cheaper to get washing powder and soup to the end user, and if we can do that across the entire continent with every supplier, that efficiency, which comes from forecasting better, it comes from ordering better, it comes from batching better into containers. There's a whole bunch of places where you can do better. And if you can do superhuman performance on every single one of those layers, you maybe get the price all the way down by 50%. And what does 50% cheaper cost of living mean in terms of the rest of that disposable income being usable for other things by all the people on the continent? And I think asking the question, what are the hard problems we can solve now? That's just it's a way to flip the script. You know, you look at protein folding. AlphaFold, DeepMind released this thing. Every single protein, I mean, before this algorithm, we maybe unearthed 1% of the protein structures, which means that those structures could not be used in making drugs or in understanding biology. Now it's close to 100%. That's 100 years of progress and then 1 year. And the question is, can you find these places where you can become super intelligent? Agriculture is one, supply chain optimization is one. There existing really good solutions that people have developed over 100 years. But now we have AI. Now we can apply AlphaFold back to these spaces. And I think that's super exciting.
Nick?
Yeah, so I mean, I totally agree with what Dario's saying. I mean, if you just recently, I think a lot of these models have scored the highest benchmarks in the Maths Olympics, which we're running out of benchmarks how to judge these ARs, and that's the next benchmarks are going to be, which AR model is solving these massive problems in the world, like cancer or some serious diseases or illnesses. And then also, I just wanted to say what Microsoft is doing is unbelievable with the upskilling. The goal, the ambition to upskill a million people in South Africa is just pretty phenomenal. And I hope that you get even half the way there by 2026, because that's pretty soon. And with the ability to bring Starlink, there's a lot of talk of Starlink coming into the country, which is going to create that access, hopefully, if that materializes. And then just one point on the stats of unemployment. I think there's a big debate going on at the moment where it's not 43%. Capitec saying it's more like 10%, because you're not counting a lot of the informal sector entrepreneurs that are out there running businesses every day and doing amazing work. So I think, for us is how do we prepare the youth for these new skills of the future we're going to need, and one of them that we are focused on is being able to be immersed and be digitally fluent in 3D immersive worlds. As this virtual reality becomes much more powerful, and we're seeing things like hyper-realistic avatars, we're going to be running around, putting on a headset or on our phones, on our laptops, and actually meeting with people in virtual spaces. At the moment, there's a whole group of people on Teams. But very soon you're going to be in these 3D virtual spaces, engaging with each other as if you're in the same room together, looking like each other. So how do we upskill the youth to be ready for that and to be able to create 3D objects on chain that they can sell, instead of being in the physical format?
Now, I came across a couple of interesting examples of what universities are doing around engaging young people with the technology, but also helping to deliver curriculum as well. There's a university in Australia. They have occupational therapy students, and if you know anything about the professions allied to medicine, occupational therapy students, radiologists, chiropodists will go out and do clinical practice as a part of the program, the course they do. And this university has created a digital patient. So it's an AI model looks like a patient, and it allows the young people who are about to go on placement, who are studying for occupational therapy degrees, to practice the interactions between themselves and patients.
Okay.
And the programming allows them to have this conversation, to try to model and improve the conversations that they will have with patients leading to diagnosis, so that when they go out on clinical practice, they are more prepared and feel much better and more confident about having conversations with patients. There are similar examples. Biochemistry students who may be on clinical practice in laboratories have a virtual assistant that they can get to when their lecturers or course materials might not be available, if they're doing their clinical placement at night, for example.
Yeah.
And so we're starting to see that technology being used really intentionally to add value to the core curriculum. But the knock-on effect of that is the skilling that comes from it. Because it's real life, it's practical, it fits the context.
Yeah.
It is almost like one of the cultural tools of the generation. And that really is very powerful when we're talking about skilling and imparting skills. Doing it in the context that's relevant to the people or the person who are using the tech.
Okay, let me ask questions. Questions, colleagues? Anybody else? Let me open up. Questions, please go ahead. Yeah. You don't, is the microphone not working? Do we have another microphone, colleagues? Okay, while we're getting ready for the question, Richard, if you can just get we're also going to run a little competition for you, right? And I'm going to ask Richard to throw the competition up for you, so you also stand a chance to win a prize before you go. And Richard is going to throw up the question so that you actually can scan the QR code and answer that, and we'll ask AI to pick the right answer. So we're not going to pick the answer, right? And then, so if you need to fight with the AI, you can fight with the AI. But Richard is going to throw the competition question up. You simply scan the QR code. It goes into the MS Forms, and we're then going to ask AI based on the criteria to analyze that and give us the best response. Please go ahead with your question.
Thank you very much, my doctor. Before we are AI, let me just check something. Within the cyberspace, we developed what we call cyber hygiene. And there's a reason we have cyber hygiene. I won't go to the contents because there's a lot that needs a better understanding of how we engage with all this. Now I'm coming to deal with the heading. I've heard what has been said lately because I was waiting for that. Developing a student digital resilient in an African higher education institution. Dr. Chetty, this student, is he going to come about being resilient at higher education when there was no way of creating the actual capability, inherent capability at the lower level? I suppose the question I'm asking is that, are we not killing a dead dog already?
Yeah.
Because I'm taking you to the discussion we had at the International Teaching and Learning Conference, where we're saying the higher education department or the schools are saying we don't have good teachers. Higher education, okay. DPE is saying you are giving us uncooked ones. The higher education is saying you didn't cook them well. So who is the person who is to blame here?
Yes.
So I'm asking a sort of using the old language in education, the didactic issue of where do you start so that we can situate this discourse. That's one. The second one is we're dealing with Africa here.
Yeah.
And Africa, if you go to Africa, our dream 2063, we're looking at one single virtual university, which then presupposes that the student in Kenya and the student in Ouagadougou and the student in Tsomo will at some point be studying from the same space. Hence the resilience. If you look at what is happening in Kenya, I happen to be part of some of the AI conferences and IP combined. If you look at what's happening in Kenya, there's a lot of development in LLMs, right? and where the design feature now has actually been ushered into the copyright infringement space. I'm talking about student extra co-curriculum. How do we ensure that these experiences with the same AI across the continent, us as the university, are able to say, using Prof. Namo's idiom, what is the next big thing? There's a next big thing we should be talking about. And what then are the research agendas to address that next big thing?
Exactly.
And for me, it is, and I ask for forgiveness in what I'm going to say. It is not unlicensed products that we should be talking about. It's about how we enable our students to develop products, patent products, license them, and then we talk about an African resilient student. So that's the part I'm missing in terms of what I thought we were dealing with here.
Just hold on with that. You're skipping too fast ahead of us. Okay. The question that you asked, okay, so we're going to come back to the question of what's the next big thing for us in Africa? Where will we to go, right? But I think the question, your first question, I can take to the first question. And for those that weren't part of the discussion at the International Teaching and Learning Festival, just to play some context. When DBE had a representative here, and one of our representatives from Unisa said, what is DBE doing to produce good students that can come to the university with the competencies that we need at the university? Okay, so understand that. Question posed by Unisa to DBE. DBE's response was, what quality teachers are you producing as Unisa to ensure that that student comes to the university well prepared? The challenge with that question is that both parties need to take responsibility. It's not a one-side question. We know for a fact that right now, if you follow the discussion, we had this discussion earlier, is that the Department of Basic Education, and we still have mixed views on this as well. We were arguing this a bit earlier. The Minister of Basic Education said that she will stop coding and robotics as a core subject in curriculum, right? And the rationale behind that was that our students' comprehension level is very low. That means they already had a deficit, right? And the argument that went forth for us earlier when we had this conversation was, my point was, let's fix the comprehensive problem than taking away the coding and robotics. But on the other hand, the colleagues from tech and industry says, why do a student need to code if AI is doing it? Can you understand the debates that are happening in this space? So the question now is, and I understand your question where you come from, are we killing a dead dog? The reality is, we do not have control over basic education. But we do have control over what type of graduate we produce as an institution, right? We cannot challenge whether it's 20 years or 40 years of historical legacy and where we find ourselves. The challenge that we have is that we cannot produce graduates, colleagues, that have a certificate and are unemployed. We need to think of graduates that have the competencies to get into a workspace. And I'm sorry for anybody that's from BITS and UJ and the rest of the universities here, because I'm going to say this, is that when our students get out as Unisa students, they are competing with a BITS student. They are competing with a UJ student. And the reality is that in many cases, our students are left at the bottom line. But if we develop a co-curricular program that ensures that the student gets out of the university with a qualification, but those micro-credentials, then the student has a portfolio of competencies that they can position them strategically at the front. That's where we need to think of going at as an institution. So when we think African digital resilience, we need to shift that discussion of just thinking African products, African intellectual property. We need to think of competing in an African context that can position our students globally competitive. You understand where I'm going with this? Because right now the discussion is we need to think of African solutions. We need to think of, but yes, that's true. But if that student that comes out from a university cannot compete, it's pointless having that. And that's the kind of discussion that we need to move into, is how do we position our student to compete as a Unisa student? And this is where co-curricular comes out. And I like what the VC said yesterday. She said that we're not taking this seriously because as an institution, we can have Unisa students graduate with a qualification plus a portfolio, and after 3 to 4 years, get to be at a competing edge. That's the kind of discussion that we need to have. Please come in. What's the next big thing for us?
I'm not sure what the next big thing is. I think making tech more available and more cheaply available is probably going to be the focus. If we look at the computing power that we're having to build to run the tech of today, then we need to start looking at how do we reduce that cost and and the carbon footprint and other things like that. I think quantum computing is moving forward now in ways that we haven't seen before. The number of qubits they're managing to produce to drive this, it's looking good. Interesting what the lady said about things in the African context. I mean, we hear that a lot. The reality is we're in a 21st century digital global economy, and students need the skills to be able to play a part, to be effective contributors to a 21st century global economy. Now, micro-credentialing and short learning programs, concomitant degrees are one thing. What universities could do is start thinking about how do they support students with emotional resilience and career counseling. Because you go out of university, you start applying for jobs, you go to interviews. Do you know about interviews? Have you been coached, or have you had learning programs about this is what a good interview would be, or how to produce a good resume? All of those things are important. Emotional well-being, resilience, because you can apply for 20 jobs and not be successful. The 21st might be the successful one, but are you resilient enough to keep going? And those are important skills that you learn, or you could or you should learn as you go through the whole education system. And to me, adding value to the students you produce is thinking holistically. And maybe that's the next big thing.
Shift back to an holistic development.
Yes.
Mick?
Yeah, so I think in terms of the debate that you're talking about, these industries are so massive. And if you look at the amount of investment and the amount of revenue and capital that's being generated, for South Africa to compete, we need to be learning coding and robotics. If we want to compete in these exponential technologies, or 3D printing, or biotechnology, these are industries that are only going up and to the right, and and can make South Africans and Africans actually really successful if you engage with these different tools that are at our disposal now. So I think it's really important for us as South Africans and Africans to have our own sovereignty, to build our own models, to be able to build our own products and services that can compete on a global scale, so that we there's a friend of mine, Imad Mustak, he says, not your models, not your mind. So if you're not creating your own models, then you are going to there's not aligned incentives, or there's bias built into these models from overseas that we're just using. So for me, it's crucial and critical that we get the students to learn these tools that are really phenomenal, and to create that inspiration and that desire to want to go forward and build the next big robotics company or AI company, like what Dario's doing. They left university and started an AI company that's become one of the most successful AI companies in the country. Probably. I don't know if So, and I think we're living in the greatest time to be alive. We are at this point in time, this inflection point, where we're literally going to see more change in the next 5 to 10 years than we've seen in the last 100 years. And we're all going to experience that, and our kids are all going to experience that, and our kids aren't going to learn the same way. So we need to embrace these tools, embrace these technologies, and actually, try to build a better future for all South Africans and Africans. Yeah.
We talk about access to technology. I think there's another word I'd like to use, and it's incentivization should be correct. Correct incentivization. I see universities trying to hide language models from students. You've got to learn without the tools. Salman Khan of Khan Academy, he's developed a chatbot called Khanmigo on his platform. And the idea is that you learn with the tool. So you're chatting to a ChatGPT type agent, and you are and you're trying to build an essay together on a topic, and you discuss things with it, and it gives you feedback, and then you talk to it, and eventually you've built something together. And how does the teacher grade the essay? Well, the chatbot goes to the teacher and says, I had an interesting conversation with the student. We talked about these things. Oh, and this other student just seemed to paste something in, which is suspicious. I don't know where it came from. And so you can actually even use AI to teach quite easily by like pairing with it. And I think this is the cat's out of the bag. We can't hide from it. We have to embrace it and work with it to go forwards. And when I say incentivization, the most powerful computer that exists is still the human brain. And you have every student you ever see, regardless of their educational history, regardless of how badly the Department of Basic Education may have botched their first piece of education, this student has the most powerful supercomputer in their head. And it's only a 15-watt supercomputer, so it's great for the environment. What I want to say, though, about this is these often students are only held back by the curriculum. It's not the other way around. You're not raising them to the curriculum. You're holding them back by it. I don't know, when I was a lecturer, how many times a student would come to me and say, is this on the test? Am I going to have to know this? And that's not because they're lazy or they're stupid. It's because they're clever. And they know what's going to be required to succeed, and they're only going to spend the energy on that thing. And if you align those incentives correctly, this is how you get successful outcomes. So I guess I would say just don't disrespect humans. That people are still the smartest machines on the planet for now. And I think every student you have has got this immense potential. And all you need to do is give them access to something. So an example would be, do you know, everyone who has WhatsApp has Meta. You can speak to a chatbot. Sure, it's not the best chatbot, but you know what? You can explore, you can play, you can ask it questions. It can answer anything in the whole internet. Anyone with WhatsApp is free on some Cell C data plans, I think. So anyone with WhatsApp has access to one of the best AIs, you know, a really, really powerful AI. You just need to show people these things, give them incentives to achieve outcomes. One last thing, because I've spoken for quite a while. I tried out this thing at my office. There's this website, I think it's called like Gandalf or something, and it's basically an LLM that's got a password, but all of these security procedures are in place to try and prevent it from telling you the password. And you have to try and hack it. So you have to try and like ask it questions. And I just said, you know, let's see who can get to level 8 on this thing. It seems to be very hard. And the entire team got there. And they were all like, you know, giving feedback. Oh, this is so fun. Oh, we wasted a whole day on it, but look how we got there. And all that was an incentive. And then these people are naturally curious. They want to beat this bot and find a way to do it. And the entire team found a way to effectively hack a guardrails written around an LLM, which is simultaneously really scary, because that's how easy it is, and really inspiring, because that's humans. So don't underestimate the students. Give them the tools, give them access, and align their incentives. That's what I think.
I think that's quite interesting. Any questions, colleagues, before I raise up? Yes, please, Prof. Go ahead. Okay, the competition is on. I'm hoping that you're last scanning and you've got something very nice to win. I'll tell you what it is after you win it. Okay, Prof, please go ahead, Prof.
Thank you, facilitators. I think this is one of the catalytic initiatives that is very interesting, where it's talking to life. So maybe before talking about the next major big things, I want to briefly reflect on the defects, not of apartheid, on the defects of the education triangle. So the education triangle has got the school, has got the teacher, and there's something that is missing, which then is the next big thing we need in the country. That is the home. So you see, the challenge you're facing now is, I think the home has been removed from education. So remember, when I'm driving my kid to school, we are a school already. So there are things that we need to take back to the home. I laugh at my friends at church. They can take their kids before the term has ended and go to Mauritius for a holiday. And I think this is not how parenting looks like. So you need to be serious about the education in the home. So for me, the idea now of building competence. So if you're going to build a competent a student, that competence starts at home. The idea of doing their homework, the idea of doing things properly, building an ethical student, it starts at what? At home. And maybe you've got fathers and mothers, that's two pens and ballpoint pens and papers at work and bring them home. And that's the lesson you are teaching your children to do. So I want to say, this generation, people that are going to die are people that refuse to learn. So if you refuse to learn, you are going to die. And I've told my postdocs that I'm going to learn with you because I don't want to leave you in this frustrated that I don't understand things you write. So the idea of a learning, a lifelong learner, needs to be inculcated in our students. And they need to learn to, in my house, we use the question, the acronym L4T, look for things. Our students need to learn to look for things. We can have the best curriculum we can ever have at Unisa. I can assure you, after 10 years, it's outdated and the student is in the system. So then the next big thing is for us to have a student who learns to be competent. And no, employers now are looking for a paper is actually a paper is going to disappear. We want to know before you show the paper, what is it that you are competent at? Show us the skills, not the paper. So I think these are things where the next big things for us, how do we develop a competent student so that when they go outside there, then they show competence, not to compete, they should show competence in doing things that the world demands. I want to touch on the last one on incentivizing. In part of my old presentation about 10 years, I used to pitch a slide with the Tumecho. Now, you don't know Tumecho, most of you guys here. Tumelo, because Tumelo. Tumelo is a young boy who did the design for Zakumi. You guys, you know Zakumi. I know you should know Zakumi, but you don't even know who designed it. It was Tumelo. Tumelo is born of a mother. Actually, he's an orphan born in Hammerscroft. What was the incentive from SAFA? SAFA gave that school a tennis kit and a hamper for Tumelo. And I said, that is not how we reward innovation. So the idea of the next big thing for us is, how do we reward innovation? In Japan, they use what they call challenges. We can finance challenges to get ideas from these students that we think they don't know. And you are going to be surprised. We just need one challenge that can generate billions. Please call. That was not an. Please call is pay forward. You remember a pay forward letter, it was written in red when we were growing up. That was please call. But then Mokate took that thing and spinned it upside down. Please call. So an innovation is simply an idea that can be nurtured to greatness. And I think our students have ideas that we can nurture to greatness. So for me, the next big thing is to nurture ideas to greatness. And these ideas should not be South African. This is where we have got a problem. We are talking about nurturing ideas, global ideas. We need ideas that are going to assist the world. So if as South Africa are going to make it, we need innovation that is not local. We need local innovation. The innovation that is going to speak to the local environment and that is also going to tap into the global environment. For me, that is the next big thing that we need to talk about. So we need to research now, how do we then create global innovation? How do we make our students, how do we bring them into global thinking so that they think beyond Mamelodi? They should think beyond Cape Town. We need to think beyond the continent. So this is the student whom we are lacking on the continent. A student who is global, a student who is going to be innovative, A student who knows that my brain can actually take me to one stage from another. But we also need to support the student in that environment. So again, there's no escaping in terms of learning to be competent. That one we can't escape. And then it's not going to be AI alone. Maybe the next big thing is going to come and it will be beyond AI. So then we are not going to be start talking about that. The student then needs to get into that space, then learn to grow with the new things that are coming. So I'm concluding now. The student that we need to generate at Unisa is a student who is able to learn. They should be a lifelong learner. If you're a lifelong learner, you are going to fit into society, because society does not come with a manual. Society comes with challenges that you need to think on your feet. And if our student is not going to think on their feet, then they're going to be knocked out of the system, because the system simply excludes you in that particular particular way. Again, the challenges. Universities, let's set money aside for challenges. For our students, I can assure you there are going to be great ideas that we can generate from Unisa, because we've just put 100,000 on the table for a student to have a competition. We can actually even get more competitions, even in high schools, that can give us innovation. You go to South Korea, there's a Samsung high school. These are technological high schools. And for us, we know if you are going to be in grade 8 and you move in a technological high school, we definitely expect innovation from such a school. So again, we need to revamp. Now I'm answering the question, who is at fault? And of course, in the Bible, they say he's of age, he can answer for himself. We are answering as Unisa. I've answered about that. In high school, there are things that need to be addressed there in high school. So that at least we need to be both in high school and in universities. There is a culture of lack of not dropping unnecessary curriculum overload. You go to high schools now, they tell you the curriculum is loaded. And I think there are things that you need to remove there that can actually create space for other new things. Same applies to universities. We are not creating jobs in universities. We are developing products, we are developing students, then we are not creating our own jobs. We want to create competent students. But people teach a curriculum that is so old. You know, I did maybe New General Mathematics. You still find a chapter that I learned 50 years ago is being taught to my kid in high school. So there are things also that need to be done in that sector where they were saying you bring us people that are half cooked. There are also things that are coming there that are not prepared for us. So our bigger questions now is, how do we merge the triangle? The home, the school, the university, and the teacher. Then in between there, how do we excite innovation? How do we excite lifelong learning so that we can build competent students and competent lecturers and educators? Thank you.
Thanks, Will. Okay, we're running out of time, right? So we're gonna take one more question, then Richard, you can finalize the winner, and then I'm gonna ask our colleagues to give us a last round of responses. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. I want to appreciate what the last speaker was talking about, but I also want to come with some idea, perhaps also that will build into a question. I am thinking of innovation since time immemorial of one country which did well. I won't actually say the name of the country. You will know it. How innovation was brought was what another presenter actually talked about. That's a chemistry thing of what are these bodies that must hit each other more to be able to come up with something. In this country, what they did, they used the expatriate system, where they said they invite the best people in the world to come into the country. And therefore, when I think of that, it means the world, perhaps the Africa or even South Africa, I think he must put money aside to bring the best people to lead with these innovative structures. Because what is happening at the moment, I think, though we have very important, crucial, innovative talks, but it might be a talk of blind people leading other blind people, which means we might have good ideas, but you are not so sure of what is happening and what happens and how you are supposed to do it. Yet, if you put money aside to bring the best persons in the spaces, and the more you hit with these people, the more they are, and you don't care whether these people are coming from Mars, underwater, or coming from whatever country. They come and they help you with discussions of innovation. I think innovation will go faster than what we are doing. Because here, honestly, I'm telling you, it's a matter of companies thinking that these are the skills that we need. Companies thinking this is what the university needs. But we don't have the very thing, or the very person and the very ideas that we need. And these ideas are not coming from anywhere. People who are great innovators out there will be able to share those. And I don't think they have to share them sometimes in conference spaces. They have to share them in practical spaces where they sit around with students, tell them, perhaps share what they've done, what they can do, and then perhaps go back to the previous speaker now to do the experimental research, whatever. But before you do that, if you keep a blind person still leading, good ideas, we need students to learn, we need that, whatever. Do you think we'll go far? So that's one aspect. My last aspect also that I think might be a crucial thing also in these things. The way we are thinking of AI, we are thinking it at a binge position. We are overemphasizing issues of AI without also emphasizing issues that come before you can use the AI. For example, if we think of critical thinking has changed at the moment. It's no longer the critical thinking we used to think a long time ago. The question is, are you able to be in a space where you conscientize people about the important issues of the critical thinking that we need at the moment? And also, so that would be the first level. The first level is to think about how do students or people think. Perhaps I must just say students, university students are thinking differently at the moment. But is there great research of how do they think? Is there anyone who gets into the classroom where you bombard them with AI and say, how do they think? Because now, helping them or even bringing these gurus from outside, who I am calling expatriates who were brought in a particular country, you will see that they need to come knowing how young ones are thinking. How are they thinking? Because they are busy laughing at us. The students are laughing at us because they have a particular way of thinking. I see even my children at home. Sometimes when you tell them about something, they laugh and say, no, but it doesn't work. And it doesn't work. But the question is, who has ever asked them or researched on how they think, so that once we are clear with the present critical thinking, how students think, then we think of how are we going to be using AI. Okay. I think that was the last one. But perfect. The important one, bring the best hit have greater hits with the best people in the world, rather save money for that. Yeah. Than for these open conferences. There are lots of AI conferences where I've gone, and I go out as an adult and I say, what have I learned? And what have I learned? And if they were to say to me, come back to this conference, would I be willing to go? Sometimes the answer is no, though I want to big up myself and say, perhaps I'll go back. But what have I learned? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Richard, you're finalizing the response. Let's go last comments. Where do we go from here? Let's start. Who will start? Where do we go from here? Last comments. Where do we go from here? Dario? Where should the university go from here in terms of focus?
I mean, I will be honest, today is my first day at this university. so I don't know if I'm the best person to say where we should go. But what I will say is this. I think this idea of a curriculum as a maximum is a bad idea. This idea of we have spent time and research to create a curriculum. I mean, I think it was said by one of the comments, the curriculum is out of date, and it will be out of date by the time you get it into the university or into the schools. And so this idea of a curriculum as I am going to fill this exact amount of knowledge into these students is extremely dangerous. Why? Because filling knowledge is not how the human mind works. I think it was one of the ancient Greek philosophers who said the mind is not a vessel to be filled, but a fire to be kindled. And for me, this is the entire point, especially of being human. The language models know everything. They've seen the whole internet. They are a vessel that was very full. If we all try to learn curriculum to this exact amount, and sometimes you need things in order to get your skills. I'm not saying don't teach anything, but I think it's important that if we are creating a world where this is the maximum, and nobody wants to go beyond the maximum because it's a maximum. This is what I need to learn. I think we need to switch it to a world where there's a minimum. And where there is inspiration and where there is incentive to discover, to learn, to find things out, to use the tools that are there, where there is abundance of access to these things. I think that is the right way to go in a world where having knowledge is not a moat, because knowledge can be asked of any of these models. So it's creativity, it's inspiration, it's seeing the problem, it's being able to connect dots. These are the things we need to be able to find in students. So you can create a minimum, but you mustn't stop there. Don't create a maximum. Create a minimum, and then inspire and incentivize real ingenuity. My last comment will be, I read a blog post, I can't remember where, that the whole world will have to be entrepreneurs because corporates will become one-man shows because everything will be automated. And you see layoffs already starting. And in a world, if you think that this is true, how do you build a generation where everyone has to be an entrepreneur? Everyone has to come up with a new thing. And I don't know what the answer is, but I think maybe that's the question that we should be asking.
Thanks, Nick.
Yeah, I think that's really brilliant. We're going to see the $1 billion company coming out. And I think just based on what you're doing, the work you're doing, Denzel, is really phenomenal. Where I've seen some of the student boot camps. You're teaching them about future skills, about how to engage with AI, and how to engage with these new platforms. So I think that's really important for Unisa to keep growing and evolving. And then also just in terms of conferences, we've got a big event coming up called the Singularity South Africa Summit, where we bring some of the greatest minds from around the world that are focused on AI and robotics and 3D printing and biotechnology, longevity. How do you improve your sleep? One of the things, there's one speaker's coming to talk about how to be better in bed, and he means like how to sleep better. And because our sleep is so important for us as humans to stay young, improve our cognitive ability. So that's for us, that's a really important factor. How do we bring the best minds to educate, empower, and inspire our people to be able to do it themselves and to create the next evolution for South Africa and Africa. And thank you all for today. It's been a great conversation. Thanks to my two other panelists.
Thanks, Nick.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd say be intentional about how you use technology. Make sure that it adds value. Look at the relevance of the curriculum and everything that you need to support that, to support the learning, so that that learning is relevant outside the university. You mentioned the job layoffs in big tech. Interesting, a lot of those are coders because we don't need to code. AI can do that for us and debug the code for us. So maybe start to think about relevance a little bit. And why would we learn coding? We'd probably learn it for the other things that you get from it at a school level. So kind of think about that a little bit too. Carmigo came up, we invested a lot in making that available around the world to specific countries to teachers, but it's not perfect because Sal Khan isn't a teacher, and the critique has been around pedagogy, and that's where humans come in. So the tech can add value to what humans do. It can enhance human capability, and that would be how I would look at it.
Thank you so much. I think that was excellent. Please put your hands together for our panel. Where's Richard? Richard is not here. I can't see Richard. Is Richard not here? Okay, Richard, do you have the winners? Okay, so we're going to announce the winners first quickly, or the winner. one winner, and we can ask the winner to come to the front and pick up the. So, Richie, going to tell us why AI has opted for this person to win it? I think you wait for the microphone so we can hear, so we know you're not lying.
Okay, can you hear me? Let me just quickly open it up here. Okay, probably this one. So as you know, we don't select the winners anymore. We provide AI a background, provided some context. What is the question? We also generally give it some feedback, around Unisa context as well, when it makes this decision. So the winning entry summary was chosen on. She proposes a co-curricular initiative that empower ODEL students by enhancing their digital skills, provides multi-format learning resources that still, print, audio, video online to support diverse accessibility needs, includes a portfolio-based assessment promoting reflection and real-world application. I think that's quite important these days with the world of AI, where you really want that reflection on your knowledge. Encourage innovative thinking and knowledge. And that's one thing that we always highlight in our courses as well, critical thinking. How do you maintain your critical thinking, your creativity in this world of AI to not become over-reliant on the technology? So I quite like this one where it says encourages innovative thinking and knowledge demonstration in formats students are comfortable with. And then interestingly, we also have 2 runner-ups. Honorable mentions. So these are the honorable mentions, not the winners. Adna Olafir for a comprehensive educational model. So I'm not sure. We'll have to go look at the whole model. Meliswa Zimba for timely and practical AI support initiatives. So those are our 2 runner-ups.
Okay, so who won?
Right? There we go. And there's the winner. You can see why it was motivated as well. Congratulations to
Okay, so who's the winner? Come to the
Kate
front.
Molocha.
Oh, you can
Yes.
come to the front. Please come to the front for. Okay, we can ask our panelists to come to the front. We have some gifts for them as well. Please come to the front and we'll hand this off. This is just to say thank you from Unisa's side. We appreciate you taking the time off and joining us, but also for sharing your expertise and knowledge. And we hope that this is not well, you've all been here now, so it's not the first, it's definitely not the last. So we will continue this kind of conversation with you. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure. And nobody wants to go home. This is surprising. Normally people run out before, but people don't want to go home. Thank you so much, colleagues. We really appreciate this. And thank you. It's been great having you. And I hope that the conversations continue as well. Thanks, colleagues.
Thank you.